Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, you'll have to wait to the live show because I'm going to shout out all of the people who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Thomas van der Zander, Cannabear, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensible Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Todd Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMelts24, Unamento, Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKeegan, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Harry Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
All right, at your behest.
What? What's at my behest?
That we can continue. I wasn't sure if it was something for off the scenes or not. No, it's your personal life. If you don't want to talk about that while we're recording, I understand that.
I couldn't care less.
Well, I'll get thinking on different ways you can earn money. Another thing to do is, as I said to you previously a few months ago when you had issues with your computer, just be honest with your audience and just say that you need to be earning this much money by this time. So if there's, you got Adam is a mathematician, so if you could find some way where calculating how much you'd need to earn extra a month and then just do that via GoFundMe.
No, I don't want to do
So I just need to hit this cap this month, every month, whether it's just like an extra couple of £100.
I mean, that is all I do, first of all. That's what my job is, right? So that's the first thing. Just get that out of the way. Second thing is, in terms of appealing to my audience based on what some stupid government agency have told me I must do, I don't want to report back to them at all. I'm only doing it because it's something my wife's claiming through the government for having children that somehow drags me into being in a job centre when I'm self-employed. Now, I could, as you suggest, say, oh, I've got to meet this criteria. Nah. You know what I mean? I always need to earn more, and I e-beg consistently and constantly anyway. So giving people a motivation to say, this is an amount I must achieve. Well, why is that the arbitrary amount? Well, it's not arbitrary. Some government agency says I've got to get to this amount. I think that would sicken a lot of my audience, you know.
Oh, but with the context that it's because it's to do with your children and money you're getting for helping you. So it's a legitimate thing, you know.
No, well,
I know
maybe.
what you're saying, but yeah, it with caveat, you know, it's like Measured Flat with caveat. It makes sense.
Yeah, maybe, but you know, nobody who's watching owes me a living. What they want is to come along and hear the arguments. That's it. Now, they don't want any obligation for payment or anything of the sort. And as it stands, although I obviously do e-beg, I don't, force any financial transaction on anybody for any reason. And I try not to avoid giving them a specific, I must achieve this outside of specific events. So when we do things like the Give, Say and Go, that's different. Yes, I'll say, right, here's the motivation specifically for you to give money. Whereas in terms of the just day-to-day running of the channel, I like it as it is. If people choose to support me and that ends up not being enough, which it never is, I'll be ruthlessly honest. But my wife and I made those decisions 5 years ago when I decided to go full-time on YouTube. We had to tighten our belt and not have this and that and the other. And that's still how it is now. So I don't want to burden my audience with that because they're not here for that. They don't. I see it as I would see it, which I'm quite selfish. I don't care. Poor me. I don't care. Just tell me about what I've come for. I've come here for flat Earth debate. Give me that. That would be my attitude.
Well, for the live show, but personally, use what you have at your disposal. Use the pre-show, use the after show for your own gain, because if people want to hear more, they'll come out their way to. Whereas the live show, then, well, people get what they want from the show and what you want them to take away. So play both sides of the field.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but by the same token, I'm humbled, like QE was humbled yesterday during the roast, by the kind of support that I get anyway. The fact that I can just about sustain myself on a tiny little channel is a testament to the level of support I already get from people like you. I already get that support. So I think I'm pushing my luck if I start saying, here's a monthly target I must achieve. I don't know. You're right, and I need to proactively work to grow the channel so that there's more people seeing that it's a worthy cause and voluntarily offering their support financially, rather than me saying, if I don't get this amount, I could name a couple of names who've done that recently. I smile and say I'm not going to name names, but it doesn't go over, if you know what I mean.
Well, as long as you're paying your rent, I suppose that's the main thing. So if it came to that, then you'd have to do it. But if you feel as though you can sidestep the government, then good luck to you.
As I said before we started recording, I didn't even mention the last particular visit to the job centre. I just didn't want to. It didn't interfere with the show, so it wasn't worth mentioning. The fact that they're being a pain in the arse is, it's just one of those things that you have to deal with in life.
Yeah, well, an agency, effectively, they should be helping you get on television. That's what you should be saying to them. Get me on this Good Morning TV.
Could spin it.
Get
What
me
are you
on the
going to do for
chase.
me? That's my normal attitude. Why haven't I taken that already? I ask myself. Because they could probably cut off money that's going directly to my wife to pay for things like homeschool lessons that we take our children to. So there's a good reason to just play along. It's not that big of an inconvenience, and their demands, if you want to call them that, kind of inconsequential to me to a certain extent.
You could ask them if they could find you space at certain events in the country where you could have your table and your stall and your banners and your housekeeping questions and a group of us with you. You think of these things and put them back to them, because they've got more tools than you. So if they want you to earn more money, then they need to help you do so.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'll start asking them next time I go in, what tools have you got available that I can use? How can I make you resourceful for me?
Yeah, a friend of mine, he got a HGV license solely through the job centre, because that particular job centre had so many contracts for some reason. And so he got the equivalent of something you pay thousands of pounds for otherwise, and he got it for free just because he asked at the right time.
It's not actually that uncommon. So I would do that when I was a recruitment consultant. And if you had a particular vacancy and they needed a particular skill, and you had an administrator that ticked every box, there's a good chance you would actually pay for them to go on training. If it was worth it for the amount of time that the contract was for, you would potentially train up one of your temp staff and say, right, I'm going to put you on this course. They're like, oh, how much is it going to cost me? Well, nothing. I want to fulfill this contract. You need this skill to do it, so you're going to be getting it, so I can put you in this job. You know what I mean? So the job centre tends to follow suit in terms of how they treat people, and they will put people on courses. Again, I had to indirectly deal with the job centre when I was a recruitment consultant, so I've got a vague idea how they operate in that regard. So it sounds like, wow, what pure chance. And actually, it's not like that uncommon that you'll get training out of them. It makes sense, right?
Oh, it's their job to put you in work.
Yeah. I mean, that's the frustrating thing. I don't want to be there because I'm working. The one time I had to declare it to my audience because it literally interfered with the live show, me going down there to a job centre and like, I'm working. It's like, yeah, but you need to earn more. It's like, get lost. Why are you even having this conversation with me? Shouldn't you be dealing with unemployed people? Anyway.
Yeah, when you've worked all your life and you're in a job centre, every inch and every fibre of your body is screaming, I don't deserve to be here. I don't deserve to be here.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in a job centre when every fibre of my body is screaming that, but this time it's like, I really shouldn't be here at all, rather than, I don't deserve to be here, I need to be in a decent job when I'm out of work, or have been in the past. Whereas this time I'm like, why the bloody hell am I even here? This is irritating. I feel genuinely put out by this.
Did you ever tell them right now you're keeping me from my job? Every time you call me here, you're stopping me from working.
Well, actually, that's why we're having this conversation before I started recording. I was discussing it with Goat, the fact that I'd gone on Friday and I hadn't told anybody. It's just because it hadn't interfered with the show. So it's not like every time, actually, Neil. And the only time it did...
One time is enough.
Well, one time was, strictly speaking, my fault. I put out my knee. I'm sure I mentioned this on one of the shows. And as a consequence of that, I couldn't work it into their schedule that they'd originally given me that wouldn't have interfered with the show, and therefore it wouldn't have even needed mentioning. But literally, my wife ended up calling me an ambulance one day because I woke up in agony. I think dislocated my knee, and I couldn't walk, and it was me screaming my head off. But yeah, that meant I couldn't go. But she just contacted them and told them, and then that was the rescheduled time that they gave me, was just coincidentally interfering with one of the show times on a Friday. So it didn't matter that much. I mean, I just ended up doing the politics server on the Thursday, right?
I don't know what the problem is on Discord. Is my audio halfway decent right now?
You asking me or Discord? You sound the same as you ever do. You're asking if Discord can hear you.
I'm asking you. Yeah, because yesterday on that roast, that my audio wasn't coming through on your end. So I just went on. I just left and watched it on YouTube.
Okay.
That's not going to be good going forward with Ball Busters. So I have to resolve this freaking issue.
What to say?
You're the sound man. Do I need a new phone? Is that what it is?
It's more like a network issue. Data plan issue. Maybe you've got low bandwidth. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not a phone expert. It's everyone in Discord anyway. Speaking of which.
Yeah, no complaints here.
Yeah, you're very quiet. Matrix.
I don't know what's going on with my sound, but sometimes I get accused of yelling at people, and other times I get accused of sounding like I'm on the other side of the football field.
Yeah, somewhere in between the two currently. More tending towards the other side of a football field, if I'm honest. But we hear you clear enough. Good to see you on the
I think it's
roast
that
yesterday.
silly accent.
No one likes Kiwis, but just don't tell him that.
All right, you'll keep.
Good to see a few of you, actually. I'm sure a couple more of you in the Discord server were there at the roast yesterday. Were you not?
Yes, I stuck my head in for a little bit. My only issue was the roast started at about 4 a.m.
Hey, that's no good.
for me. I tried to get up. I actually woke up super early at about 3:15, and I just looked at the clock and went, "You have got to be kidding me. This is not happening." And then I woke up and went back to sleep. Woke up, it was about 5:45. That's it. Up, shower. I want to listen to this.
That's the time I get up every day, 4 a.m.
Did you guys want to hear a bit of Level Earth Observer's critique of Final Experiment?
Yes.
This was sent by Divergent, who's in the chat. Did you want to add any commentary, or should I just play?
Just play it, mate.
I'm asking Divergent. Is he here? Unless he's not on his mic, which he might not be. I'll give him a couple of seconds if he doesn't. Yeah, there we go.
Also, DD, if you need to set up a GoFundMe for yourself, I'm sure Nathan will let you make that up and plug it. Best of luck, my friend.
Yeah, for sure. Speak afterwards, right? Divergent. Off mute, but we can't hear what he's saying, so I'm going to assume he's got an audio issue.
Yes, Nathan. We'll talk
Nathan,
later.
It's all good. Right, I'll play this. Maybe we'll get Divergent Droid to drop and rejoin and tell us why he's got us playing this, but we'll have a listen.
So again, live music says again, level Earth observers on point. What Jeran is saying is total shill level. How in the F would this change anything? I just told you how it would change something. The sun going around your head doesn't match your model.
Jeran, I hate to break it to you, mate. I don't have a model. I'm a demonstrable realist, which means I stand by scientific demonstrations, practical references we can all test and verify for ourselves. The results of which prove the globe is impossible. So why would I push a model, particularly one that I haven't verified for myself? Right from day one, I saw the problems in pushing things that hadn't been verified.
Seems reasonable. I would agree so far. Anybody disagree? Anybody?
No, to be fair, a level of observer, he's not far off the pulse. Yeah, but again, I think he's got an issue with the word flat because he doesn't quite understand. There's description, sea level, it's synonymous. He's not quite there, but he's got his finger on the pulse. He's not far off. He's not going to fall for any nonsense of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm subscribed to Level Earth Observer. I like his stuff.
And here we are, all these years later, seeing the problems expose themselves for all to see.
Period. This is nothing new. Nothing new. This is why we say there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Who's we, Jeran? I've never made claims about what goes on in Antarctica, because I haven't been there.
Sound familiar? That's what we were saying about Whitsit yesterday, wasn't it?
I don't need to make claims, because whatever happens in Antarctica, in the sky, will never change the physical results of demonstrable reality.
Oh, got buffering. Wonderful. High
He's
quality,
right about that.
£80 a month fibre optic broadband worth every penny. Okay, well, it's not going to immediately work, so we'll obviously come back to this when it does stop buffering. Oh, there we go.
So who cares what goes on in the sun in Antarctica? The only people that care are people who promoted things that they couldn't verify for themselves. That's you, Jeran. All you needed to do was stand by what is. But instead of doing that, you've gone out of your way to stand by things you haven't verified whatsoever, at the expense of demonstrable reality, which can be tested and verified by all.
Okay, when you say he's not far off the mark, yeah, he's not far off the mark, but he's also not on point with his invalidation based on science, because he's using these words quite a bit, isn't he? So, what do you reckon, Goat? Should I be stepping all over his parade, or will he redeem himself in the next 10 seconds?
Oof. I think you got to be harsh at the end of the day.
Okay, well, I will be. Okay, the problem with this is that there's a claim of science. It's being called an experiment. And you've relabeled it the final pantomime, which is great, because it is. But it's being claimed to be an experiment. Well, okay, if it's scientific in nature, experiment's the last step, if you ignore the theory that comes after experimentation. It's the final step in the scientific method. But that process begins with observing a natural phenomena. So at best, if you did go down there, let's say it's true. Let's say the sun remains above the horizon in a 360-degree rotation throughout an entire day, throughout a 24-hour period. Okay, You can call that a phenomena. Great. That's step 1. Observe natural phenomena. That becomes your dependent variable in your hypothesis. Next step in a hypothesis that's a scientific prediction is to presume the cause of that. That's your independent variable. So you can put it in a cause and effect reasoning supposition alongside a null that has the antithesis of your prediction. So that's what you need to do. So you can actualize it by varying that which you assume causes the phenomena that you claim you're going to observe. So we haven't even adhered to step 1 yet. We haven't even observed this phenomena. And all testimony that has been put in front of me so far says it doesn't occur. So you might get down there and adhere to step 1 at best. And that's not even a guaranteed outcome. This isn't science, it's pseudoscience.
Which of course proves the globe's impossible. Jeran, what are you playing at? And why are you wearing a tin foil baseball cap? That's not funny, mate. That's just mockery. There's something going on here. I'm trying to be nice about this.
You know, I hear a lot of my sentiment in this guy's voice, tone, timbre, and in the fact that he's doing this at all. So what he's doing is he's crying out. He's crying out to Jeran, going, "Look, man, I want to get behind you, and my objections are done from the best possible place because clearly, Level Earth Observer recognises Jeran as a Flat Earth ambassador." Now, don't get me wrong. I appreciate this video is going to explain why he won't want to be calling himself a Flat Earther, and this will all get tied together from what I understand in Divergent Droid's comment when linking this video. But by the same token, I can still hear a lot of me when I appeal to Jeran for scientific endeavours. And what I wanted out of it was for Jeran to be a better ambassador. I've even put out a video to that effect recently in the last couple of days, to the public at least. Well, this guy wants the same, doesn't he? He wants Jeran to do the best possible job. So maybe I should appeal to people like Jeran from a different perspective and say, look, eventually these people will stop caring. People like myself, Level Earth Observer, we won't care anymore, you know? Rather than us appealing to you and you getting a frustrated, annoying tone on while you respond to people who are paying you attention, eventually they'll stop caring. And they'll just disregard you out of hand, which means your relevance will diminish. Now, currently, you hold enough relevance for people like Level Earth Observer to concern themselves, care about you. And that's what I see this as.
I really am, and it's not easy for me. I'm a passionate person. I've got some rough edges. I'm real, and I say it how it is. And I'm trying to be diplomatic here in how I approach this silliness. Dear oh dear.
Because it doesn't match our model. And you're like, what is going down there and seeing the 24-hour sun do to anything? What do you mean? Why have we been saying there's not one? We might as well just say there is one. Oh, there is a 24-hour sun, but we're still a flat. Nobody says that. Why not? You guys are all backstepping.
No. Why would I backstep? I don't need to. I only stand by what is. You're now expecting everyone to go along with your claims, Jeran. This is very suspicious. Jeran wants now everyone to go under the banner of his own claims. Can you see what's going on here, people?
You guys are all backstepping. It's clear.
Can I say something about Level Earth Observer?
Sure.
His big thing is demonstrable reality, and I'm finding it difficult to see that he cares about the demonstrable reality of what the sun does in Antarctica.
I mean, you can lay that at my doorstep or his or anybody's else. You might observe a natural phenomena down there that until now has been elusive and frauded. So, I mean, yeah, you can take your chances that you might get to observe this natural phenomena. Then you've got to ascertain the cause of it. And we all know that you're just going to affirm the consequent with it. We know how this works. Now, Jeran, as far as I and perhaps Level Earth Observer are concerned, should know better.
Will, who cares what the sun does in Antarctica? Let's say, hypothetically, it goes around, it circles you. Now what? You've disproven a model which, Jeran...
No, not done anything, disproven a model or otherwise. You've observed a natural phenomena. That's it. If this is an experiment, then you need to suppose a cause formulate it with a null, and then put it into actualization. That's experiment. That's varying your presumed cause of that effect that you may or may not observe if you went to Antarctica. Now, do I care about something that they may or may not achieve observing? Show me when you've observed it, and then I'll give you my opinion on it. What's that? I must listen to your affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy about how it comports with your model, therefore proving Earth's a sphere. No, I don't have to do that. Absolutely not. If you try and attempt to do the affirming the consequent same old that we've seen 1,000 times, I'll point out how the prerequisite flat Earth measurement is part of your affirming the consequent if you want to claim victory with it. It's a fallacy, but if you still see it as a victory, I'll point out that in order to affirm the consequent with Earth being a sphere as the P statement, you must get a measurement of a sphere, and you'll get it from a flat Earth. So I'll just take it as my win, if you still take that fallacious reasoning to be a win, which it's not. It's a fallacy, affirming the consequent. Furthermore, you haven't observed this phenomenon yet. Let me know when you have, and I'll see how much concern I attribute to it. Very little, given that, as I said, first-hand testimony says otherwise. So I doubt you'll observe it. If you do, maybe I'll concern myself with your claimed observed natural phenomena that hasn't got an ascertained cause through systematic experimentation. In your fraud, you called an experiment, Pastor. Fraud.
Had pushed without verifying it. Big deal. Doesn't prove the globe. The globe's impossible. Can you not see the problem here at play, guys? Don't get me wrong, if you guys go down there and you see there's no 24-hour sun, great. Great. You've proven the globe's impossible again. We all know that anyway, based on physical demonstrations.
Yeah, I don't know if it disproves the globe either. I mean, the globe model, in terms of its useful application to star movement, stands in terms of its useful nature as it always did. Now, I didn't quite appreciate this back 5 years ago, and I'm like, well, I still appreciate the beauty, I used to say, in the heliocentric model. That was my roundabout way of saying, yeah, but I know how it does actually function quite nicely. Yeah? Well, function quite nicely it does, because it can be and is back engineerable onto a flat plane that you take the angle measurements that created that model in the first place. So, you know, disproving the globe by seeing something that is claimed to be occurring in the southern hemisphere based on an object in the sky, I have no idea what that is, by the way, the sun, and what it does down there. Well, it was interesting 10 years ago, and then I found somebody who said, no, it doesn't do that. Well, what does it do? And then he described it about 5 times for a live audience of several hundred people. Well, you know, Robert Shortman's account might be completely contradicted by this new testimony, but if it was an occurrence like the 24-hour northern sun, you'd have endless examples of it. They've been down there quite a while. You know, we've got a testimony from a guy who spent that quite a while down there. So, I don't know, this is just total folly either way. It doesn't necessarily disprove anything or prove anything. It's just going to be potentially a speculative, observed natural phenomena at best.
We don't need observations.
Hold on. The question is, why is Jeran falling for this again?
I don't know. What do you mean falling for it? I don't know. I have no idea.
Same thing happened in Netflix. Now he's going to do it again. Are you kidding me? All
Maybe.
these years, he still hasn't learned the damn thing.
You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know it's going to be ending in disaster and egg on Jeran's face, do you?
I know it already because it's not an experiment.
Yeah, from that perspective, yes, absolutely. It's already onto a losing subject if you're allowing yourself to go down there with the affirming the consequent fallacy in mind, for them to, you know, feign, oh, well, it was still bright for the whole 24 hours. Yeah, the sun wasn't above the horizon, or claimed that there's clouds blocking it and it was really there, we just couldn't see it, or some crap like that. It's like, it doesn't matter as long as you understand the fallacy that they're using. You can address that without going anywhere. Meanwhile, if he gets a free trip to Antarctica, I mean, more power to him.
But Will, demonstrable reality, mate, proves the globe's impossible. I said to you when we interacted a couple of videos back, I'll come to Antarctica. if you've got some practical references that back your claims regarding the globe Earth and your observation should the sun circle in Antarctica for 24 hours.
Yeah, no offense, Level Earth Observer. That's not what he needs. He's claiming it's an experiment, so he needs a valid hypothesis. So, yeah, I too have had interactions with this guy in my own comment section when he's come to respond to Robert Shortman's interjection 10 years ago, or however long it was, when I repeated it. Well, in my interaction with him, I asked him, what's your hypothesis? Give me your independent variable, dependent variable, and null. Now, I already know what he's claiming is the dependent variable, but I wanted to see if he knew. He didn't give us, it wasn't forthcoming. He hasn't got one. I already know he can't formulate this into a valid hypothesis. So he's a fraud. That's the problem. It's got the word experiment in the title. Okay, you titled it. That's the standard he laid down. Stick to the standard he laid down when he said experiment. It isn't. That's it. Game over. He's a fraud. If he keeps claiming it, I'll keep calling him a fraud. So every time he hears me talking about this pastor, he'll be hearing me telling the audience he's a fraud. Why would you call him a fraud? Because an experiment is a validation of cause and effect reasoning based on a hypothesis after observing a natural phenomena he claims he's going to go and speculatively see. So at best, he's got step one. Potentially got step one. That's it. If you keep calling it an experiment and you go down and you see the phenomena and go, ha! We saw the phenomena. Sun was above the horizon all 24 hours. Okay. What's your independent variable? What did you vary and manipulate to validate the cause of that effect? What? Yeah, the same thing I asked you before you went down. You subsequently ignored me. Yeah, that still makes you a fraud. Hello? Fraud, not an experiment.
Still waiting for that demo, Will. So that kind of gives the game away as far as what the globe's got. Nothing.
I just think it's weird that we've been saying, so basically everyone, if you're on the same page I am, we've all been saying.
Nah, I'm not on the same page as you. And who's all we? My name's brought up and then it's we've all been saying. Jeran.
Yeah, I couldn't echo your sentiments any more than this. Yeah, it's one thing like you are doing now and I've done in the past to appeal to them. If you're going to be my ambassador, then represent me. Here's what I feel should be represented by you if you're going to use words like we and stereotype us all together with the words that come out of your mouth after using this word. We? There is no we. Yeah, I'm long past that too, mate. Completely echo your sentiment.
I've never said things about places I haven't been to, all right? Antarctica in the winter months. Why would I entertain something that ultimately, as far as demonstrable reality is concerned, is irrelevant?
That there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now, because he's come out with this experiment, now people are saying it doesn't matter if there is.
It's an observation, Jeran, not an experiment. An observation that doesn't have any experiments to back its fucking fundamental.
Shame he swore, but yeah, again, you are. Who was it? It's that goat. Yeah, you're bang on right. He is right. He is right close to that pulse, isn't he? Spot on, mate. Level Earth Observer.
Yeah, I don't know why he won't cross the line, though. I have pointed out to him this show many times, but I don't get it.
He said already, he said in this, I'll do my own thing. Sometimes I'm a bit abrasive, but I wear my heart on my sleeve and I'll try and be diplomatic about it, but I'm me and this is what I do. So in that regard, I can totally relate. Like, yeah, good for you, man. Bang your drum as hard and as loud as you possibly can.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Fundamental claims, Jeran. What is going on here? Maybe Jeran should be wearing that tinfoil baseball cap because he's not making any sense whatsoever.
Which doesn't make any sense. Then why have you been saying that there isn't one?
Jeran, the only person who's been saying that is you and your pals. And you didn't go down to verify it before you made those statements. Rather than cite and stand by demonstrable reality, which would have put an end to this years ago, you've pushed maps and models in favour of physical demonstrations. Jeez.
I don't get that. The reason that we say there isn't one is because it's impossible on a globe Earth. And when we go looking for evidence that there happens, we don't find it. So that means that there isn't one that happens in the South. So then I'm able to have balls and say, all right, let's go down there and see if it does. You guys are like, well, even if it does, you're a shill now. That's just a joke to me, man. I don't want to be part of a community.
Problem is, Jeran, your logic is so flawed, you end up looking very, very suspicious. You push maps and models instead of physical demonstrations. You look up at the sky for your proof of your flat earth. No, mate. No. You've been caught in this false dichotomy pantomime. And as a result now, you're gaslighting your viewers here, potentially, okay? Do I think there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? I don't care. Do I really think there is? Maybe. I don't know. Perhaps there's something going on there that gives you light for 24 hours. But let me state this now. The fact this observation is being cited as an experiment, I expect your observation to be done under proper scientific conditions. I expect it to be filmed, uncut from multiple different angles. I'm expecting footage of the sun for 24 hours continuous. Anything else is a fail. I'm also expecting cross-referencing, looking at the sun with filters from various different locations at the same time, looking at the sunspots.
I don't know why he's laying down these standards. Anybody fill me in?
Because he doesn't know what science is.
Yeah, it seems that way. I just feel a bit bad being that critical of him because I really like the guy. Like I say, I am subscribed to him. Yeah, playing these demands is kind of a bit hypocritical when Jeran's going along with it, and obviously he's got his motivations too. But in laying down these demands, is that not a bit hypocritical? Am I missing something?
No, he just doesn't know what science is. So he's arguing within the paradigm. He's claiming for it to be scientific, it would have to be done accurately. That's what he thinks science is, accuracy.
I see.
So we can eliminate any issues there regarding different suns and stuff. Do this scientifically correct, okay?
So, observe the natural phenomena that they're going down to see if it does or does not happen. That's step one. Then, formulate a hypothesis, which is a supposition of cause, independent variable, and the effect that you are studying, that's your dependent variable, otherwise known as the phenomena you observed at step one. Alongside it, you have a null. So if your alternative hypothesis, as just described, is if independent variable, supposition of cause, then 24-hour sun as observed as a phenomena, your null hypothesis is if supposition of cause, not 24-hour sun. That's a hypothesis, complete with null and alternative. The experiment, as labelled fraudulently by this pastor, is the variation of cause, suppositional in nature, at this stage, to see if it, when varied, causes the effect you observed in step one. And the induction of that effect is a validation of your alternative hypothesis. You prove that A causes B, B being the dependent variable, observed phenomena, A being the suppositional causal influencer that you varied. Alternatively, probably a bad word, the null is validated. So you vary your suppositional causal influencer and no effect is observed. That is an experiment. With that validation, if you validated the alternative, that's proven the cause of the effect, you can form theory. Now he's claiming this is an experiment. It just makes him a fraud. It isn't. So sciencing it properly would be to follow that process that I just described, to the point of varying your suppositional statement in an experiment as claimed fraudulently. Hope that's clear.
The bottom line is the globe's impossible. That's already proven. The only thing this potentially could prove is the map and model which Jeran has decided to take on board himself and believe in. The only thing this might prove is that the map and model he chose to entertain could be wrong.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Nathan.
Morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, good evening, welcome. Hope you're all well. How are you all doing?
We're
Jolly
ready.
good. Very good. Good, thank you.
Okay, well, if you remember, after this gets uploaded, so obviously once the live stream is concluded and the Uncut and after show bit is concluded and uploaded, we had a discussion in the pre-show regarding Level Earth Observer, who, for whatever reason, I don't keep up with this particular tete-a-tete, but is in a tete-a-tete with Jeran and the guy who's been promoting the final experiment, this fraudulent pastor with his claims of experimentation, which don't adhere to the scientific method. So that's what we've been listening to in the pre-show. Now, I'm already subscribed to Level Earth Observer. He's a great videographer, really enjoy his content. I definitely recommend that you, if you are in the live stream audience, I don't typically do calls to action so early, but just so there's good continuity with the Uncut and After Show, there is a link going by in the live stream chat right now. So if you are in the live stream chat, please let Level Earth Observer know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. And he is definitely a friendly. Now, there is a few things that we have definitely not seen eye to eye on. He's disagreed with me, I've disagreed with him, all in the best of spirits. But it's nice to send some love to somebody who's actually a friendly. So please subscribe to him, leave him a comment, leave him a like, help him in the algorithmic love that he definitely, absolutely without question, is not receiving from YouTube. So as we have a... are we bigger than he? I don't know. We'll see. Looks like he's got less than us, maybe about half the subscribers. Wonderful. That means we can hopefully, as an audience, make some significant impact to his subscriber base by subscribing. If you like what you're watching here, there's a very good chance you'll like what he's putting out there. So go along right now, if you are watching live, and let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Same thing applies, strictly speaking, if he was to do a little response video for whatever reason. You'd hope he'd put a link to my video and help us in the algorithmic love that we definitely do not receive also. But in this instance, it's nice to be helping a friendly, so hopefully that's bought enough time for you in the live stream audience to click on the link that's going by right now and let that Level Earth Observer know that we all love him just as much as I do. I'm subscribed already, so there we go. There's only 40-odd people, 42 people watching right now, but hopefully in the re-up you'll also do the same and go to the live stream chat and click on that link and go and let Level Earth Observer know that Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me here. And I really like your stuff. I subscribed and I sent you a like. Hope this video does well. There we go. That was covered in the pre-show. So check it out if you remember. It'll be uploaded once we've done the live stream and the after show. And hopefully a few of you have actually done that after my call to action. Let's do a bit of housekeeping. Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
Well, apparently we can view the elevation angle of the sun above the plane of reference required to measure that elevation angle for 24 hours. Can we extrapolate a distance from that?
What, like in this diagram I've got for the live audience, the elevation with respect to the horizon when measuring it above a flat plane will always perpetually remain above the flat plane. I mean, it's never been a particularly egregious issue for even the model living flat earthers in the north. It's always been easy to acquire, and even myself personally, I've had somebody tune into a Tracking the Sun event where somebody just came and showed us. But in the south, it's incredibly elusive in spite of there being plenty of people down there to observe it. Nobody is. There's no videos of it. So we may potentially go down there, and observe the phenomena that until now has been really elusive. That's a bit weird. But there we go. Fine. We might observe the phenomena. We're definitely not going to be formulating it into a hypothesis and then actually validating it through experiment. The whole thing is a fraud. There's no other words for it.
Yeah, I think if Jeran realised that their question to him requires a flat plane of reference in the first instance, I don't think he'd be going. I think like the rest of us, he'd just make a coffee and stick the euros on, have a good laugh.
What do they call it in criminal terms when you're like guilty by association, so you've aided and abetted? There's a term for that in term for the person is. Nevertheless, in many ways, Jeran is aiding abetting a fraudster. That's what's going on. He's committing fraud. He's claiming he's got an experiment. There's no uncertain terms about what he's claiming, so we need to get down to the nitty-gritty brass tacks of what that means. And he isn't performing an experiment. He's leading people into a dangerous territory under false pretenses and a fraudulent claim of science. Why isn't everybody outraged?
Is that a question?
Yeah, why isn't everybody more outraged at the fraud that's being perpetrated in our midst?
Because they don't understand what science is. Still
Shocking.
in 2024.
Oh, there we go.
I think a lot of people are so far beyond where they are, but we just don't care.
Well, as I say, as I said, past tense in the pre-show, Level Earth Observer obviously cared in this regard about how his ambassador is representing him, especially when they go out of their way to stereotype what they say as being representative of us when they use words like we. Well, I object to those unless you're actually going to represent us in a coherent way that I would agree with. As of yet, that's not the case, and when I've appealed to them to understand things like science to avoid this sort of fraud, I've been cast down as a scammer for pointing out how science functions. There we go. Such is life. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Nathan. Hey, everyone.
Did you see my best of video?
No, I didn't. No.
I released a little clip of the highlights of the QE roast from yesterday. You saying, in your pessimistic way, we'll have to have canned laughter. And then, I kid you not, 70% of the clip is you laughing. So there you go.
Yeah, he provided it for us.
I had my own words there, huh?
It was perfect, though. It was ideal because it made a nice clip. But it was done in the best of humour, and obviously I was a little bit frustrated when QE was like, I haven't got a financial issue. I'm like, that's right close to being a lie, because why else would we have had a GoFundMe? But I didn't mark him on it, even though we were in a roast, because it was like a little bit of a sharp intake of breath when he said it. So I'm like, that didn't mean that people have put in cash in that regard, but I didn't mark his card for it, because I'm like, I know the reason he would give, or how he would squirm, I should say, if I was to point this out to him, which is, yes, you're very prideful, you didn't actually do this, we did it on your behalf, and etc, etc, etc. So he almost got his card marked, though, at one point. Like, legitimately, not in a roast sense.
Yeah, I understand that, because it would have sounded like this was for nothing at that point.
Almost. It was close to that, yeah.
He's trying to downplay it, that he does have a financial problem.
Exactly.
That's what he was trying to do.
Well, but it is almost insulting if somebody's like recognises that you're in need and they force £200 into your hand, and you go, I don't need this. I'm all right. Okay, give it back then.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, like I say, that's pride. That's just pride. That's a flaw, a genuine flaw. Which is why it didn't get roasted, because it could have been. There was almost a moment of that when I brought up cherry picking. Man, that cut the knife with the atmosphere that created. Because when you actually pick things that are close to the bone, I'm not suggesting for 1 second cherry picking is something QE's guilty of. He isn't. But his hard work and research gets boiled down to that by his opponent. Pisses him off royally. And I knew that. So I thought I'll test the water with that and see what kind of reaction I get. And it didn't get a laugh. It definitely got an atmosphere generation, and you could cut it with a knife thereafter. So I was like, okay, yeah, I won't use things that genuinely annoy him in this. He definitely doesn't love being accused of cherry picking, let's put it that way.
No, because it's a shame. That's a shameful thing. When you're coming from the correct background, when you've actually worked within science or within, actually, when you've actually done science and you've actually, when you're trying to be the real deal and you're being the real deal, not trying to, when you're being the real deal and you're being accused of that, it's really insulting. It's shameful. There's a shame connected to it, I think, that kind of way. I think that's why for him to do that, he'd never be able to look at himself in the mirror again.
Right, it's the equivalent of going up to a doctor who's in an ER or something similar where there's medical emergencies, and all their motivation drives them to do is save lives, and someone after the fact accuses them of intentionally causing life loss, it would cut so deep, because it's like, no, my motivation is completely the opposite to that, and a consequence of actions that are beyond my control that I try and resolve after the fact, people do die. But to accuse me of causing that is outrageous when my only purpose is to try and save lives. Well, QE's only purpose is to give information. So to accuse him of cherry picking, that's a fallacious logic, is outrageous. So I get why it would annoy him so deeply.
Well, he doesn't want to be like the ballers will do that kind of thing without blinking an eyelid. Right, without blinking, they'll do it, and they won't think about it, and they won't care about it,
and no shame. They'll do it, and have no shame about it.
Exactly. Either. Yeah. So for him to feel like he's like being like that that'd be such a massive problem. You know what I mean? Because he couldn't handle being one of those people.
Yeah, and it's an affront to the way he behaves. So that's why it annoys him. It shouldn't, because it's just simply not true. But there we go. So that was good fun anyway. So check it out. I have put out a video promoting the roast on QE's channel from yesterday. So check it out. I also put out a shorts video. Both of them have got links to QE's roast on the QE or Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. So be here or be sphere. Check out the clip video. It's just the best of the roast. It's only an 8-minute video. It's mainly there to promote the live stream that QE did, so you can all check it out after the fact. But if you want like a few little snippets of funny bits, then they're there on that little clip that's got a link to QE's show. Shout out to the flat out truth. Pride, like most things, can be both good and bad. Yeah, very true. Thank you for the super chat.
And for the benefit of the audience, in the after show before the roast, Brian was given a great explanation of his latest video about great white sharks, which is a great conversation opener to people about the subject. And what happened halfway through that explanation, Brian? Can you remember?
I don't actually.
Can you remember, Nathan?
I don't know. It was so unbelievably boring.
Well, while Brian was halfway through giving the explanation for his video, Nathan decided to play an interview of a 90-year-old Irishman in a pub who was uncomprehendable, which was quite disrespectful but very funny at the same time.
That's not new.
I forgot
I haven't even looked at that video, actually, to be honest. I haven't even looked at it today or last night. I don't know how it's doing. But
which one? The roast?
No, my video, the silly video I made about the Great White Shark movements. That the distances don't match the globe, basically. I was being accused of trying to be a marine biologist by the board. It's so stupid. That's all they have, because it doesn't fit the globe. That's the problem.
Okay, no, that was what you asked me yesterday if I'd seen it, because you'd only just released it. I hadn't checked it out, and I obviously doing QE's roast yesterday, I haven't had the opportunity to since, actually. And I worked all morning doing little edits of the roast. I'm sure I said this yesterday, but I like it when it's like this, yeah? All my stats are going in the right direction, and sometimes, not always, when they dip, I'll scurry to get a few videos out to push them back in the right direction. Whereas at the moment, there is no actual need to do that. I don't have to reactively work to push my statistics up. They're already fine as they are. But there's a lot going on. There's, QE's return. There's on a Friday or Thursday, as it was, the politics server. You get the odd fundy in. There's this stuff with Antarctica. There's just quite a lot going on in the background while we're promoting to our own side the idea that Earth is measured flat in both globe heads rhetoric and the initial claim for a flat earther that should be positively put forth on the front foot. In the meantime, because of the focus being, as I've just described it, the globers have been neglected. Because in so describing in that way, pointing out that, well, their rhetoric's our rhetoric, it's all measured flat for everyone. So their rebuttals, and this hasn't been overtly stated, become matter of fact, inconsequential. And I hadn't realised this till about, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 days ago. But in the background, they're all like boiling kettles whistling away. Had you realised this, Brian? It's driving them nuts.
Are you talking about the ballers?
Yeah. I hadn't paid any attention to them. It's like, who cares, right? They're measuring it flat, but we need to get flat earthers to understand this argument. That's the focus. So then you kind of, without realising it, you're just saying, oh, you don't matter anymore. And they haven't taken lightly to it. They don't like it one bit.
No, they're in a rage. A 24/7 rage at the moment. Because they got nothing. That's what have they got? Every time they try and bring up anything to do with a globe now, a flat earther can, if they choose, bring them straight back to the flat plane that the whole thing started with. And this is the thing. So they can't even get to their globe claim to start making an argument because of that. If you know what I mean? They can't get in their car to drive because they need the wheels that they're denying exist. You know what I mean? So they can't drive the car. So they're stuck, if you know what I mean.
I am enjoying it, though, from the aspect of saying to our own side, it's nice to... Normally we're decrying them for using the Feast of Nonsense, whereas now we're appealing to them and going, look, you have all involved yourself, if you've been here for any length of time, with a debate with a baller where he tells you that Earth is measured flat and then apologises immediately afterwards, tying the two things together, for how ball-shaped it doesn't need to be. Now, we also do that. We also allow our opponents to utilise aspects of Earth being measured flat to move forward and progress their false dichotomy globe Earth, which it isn't. It's based on flat Earth measurements, but they're what they think is a globe Earth claim, and stack it up against some garbage that you haven't claimed. Well, the more we point out that you have already had these arguments, you've already had your opponent tell you how they measure it flat, people will go, oh yeah. Whitsit did it only the other, or is it whatever, we responded to Whitsit's debate with Professor Dave Explains YouTube channel, host Dave, where he's saying, you guys tell me it's so big it's flat. Yeah, they do. But we connect those two things together like they're joined at the hip. One is apologetics for the other. Measured flat is the bit that's critical. Earth so big is just an apology for it being, not measured sphere shape because it doesn't need to be. The quicker we recognise that they need sea level, surface level, eye level, horizontal planes of reference, things perpendicular to them. You know, once we start recognising they're using all these tools, because that's how Earth is functionally utilised, flat, to progress their false dichotomy globe claim. They haven't really got a globe to reference when they talk about anything that's measuring Earth. It's all flat. Just allowed them for 10 years to use aspects of reality that are flat without even noticing. The most egregious and obvious is sea level. Whenever you hear it, stop the argument immediately. So you'll need a flat Earth then. Horizontal plane of reference, average of sea level. For heights of mountains.
Correct. That's what frustrates me when I pop in Discord. No offense, guys. But I pop in and I hear you going through the same thing again with Bacon and Humble H, and it really annoys me.
Which is what, Neil? Be specific. Tell us all about it.
You need sea level. And they're still going around with this, it's not matching on a globe, and he's plotting 3 areas on Earth. We've been through this a million times with him, and you're just still entertaining it. Cut him right off at the knees as soon as he admits that he uses a flat plane, which he does.
It's a little bit different in that particular debate, O'Neill. Up to a point, because the first thing he's going to do is proclaim that he's using a flat plane, but he's going to try and call it a tangent. If you don't have the information to get past that point, and you try to argue past, if you allow that point to go past, and you argue after that, you've actually lost. You may not be seen as losing, but you've actually lost, because As long as once you give him that tangent, that's it. Even though he's claiming a horizontal plane, or a flat plane, which will be the tangent, there's no horizontals on the globe. But as soon as he's claiming a tangent, yeah, he's claiming a flat plane. But sea level is not a tangent. So he's making you accept that underneath the boat, there's a line that's touching the surface of the water at one point, and this line is going in both to the back and to the front of the boat, and it's extending out, and it's not the surface of Earth. As soon as that tangent nonsense, as soon as they try to, yeah, of course you'll need flat, but it won't be a tangent, and here's why. That's where people go wrong when they're debating ballers on this subject. That's when it's time for dip correction.
To be honest, I don't even know if that's what he was saying, but that's what his usual thing is. And he claims to be a flat earther now, but something he's trying to make sense out of something, and it's not making sense to him.
He's not a flat earther. He's not a flat earther.
Yeah, I know, but this is what he's telling them. I know that, Brian. I know that. Forget it. Go ahead.
No, labour your point, Neil. No. Stand up to him. And I'm not saying that in a, I'm trying to be contentious way, but make your point. Labour it.
I can't. I'm driving. It's very hard. I got to go off mute. Go on mute.
Bloody hell.
Call beeping. Just forget it.
Go back on mute.
If you want to entertain Bacon, go ahead. I think it's a waste of time.
Alrighty then.
Bacon, like all the rest of the globers, will never be able to get past dip correction. And that's what gives you the horizontal. So if they can't get past that point, the very thing that gives you the horizontal, because it doesn't address their globe in any way, shape, or form. That's the end of that.
And what is dip correction, Brian?
Height of eye, a correction for the height of the observer's eye.
Yeah, it's a calibration.
Of the water underneath the boat.
Yeah, calibration to the surface level that you need.
Yeah,
so that
height of eye. Sorry, go on here.
So then that puts an end to his nonsense, then.
Yeah, because if my oil line is measured at port to be 35 feet above the water underneath my boat, then when I'm out to sea and I take an angle between the visible sea horizon and the celestial body, then the only correction I can make is for 35 feet. That means that for that line that's at the horizon to come up to my oil line, right, then that means that or for the vertex at my oil line to go down like it is in the site reduction tables in the almanac, for that to happen, then my oil line can be no higher than 35 feet above the water at the horizon. And remember, within their paradigm, that's not water, that's a mirage. Within their paradigm, they're trying to claim it's a mirage. So all they can do is try and add in 7/6R mathematically, and that is only getting close. It's not even precise, it's only getting close. But doesn't work because then they have a curve when you need a straight, a horizontal. And it won't work once the vertex goes down to sea level, because then it has to be a horizontal. So you can't have a curve between the water underneath the boat and the water that's at the horizon. It has to be horizontal.
You just said it. You can't
Otherwise
have a
it won't
curved
work.
sea level. You can't have a curved sea level, and they're utilising it. You're correcting to it. The surface level in this instance is the sea level you just described, and then as you were hesitating a little bit, it's because you're saying you can't curve the sea level.
I'm not hesitating. There's parts to this that I know about, right? That I know anyone who knows the stuff like Ruhif will try and use, right? But there's certain other. It's like this. You need a horizontal, right? The water at the horizon can be no more than 35 feet below the oil line of the observer if the water underneath the observer is also 35 feet. That's the only way the correction works. Look at what the corrections are in the almanac, and then look at what the correction would be to a globe's geometric edge. Because you can't correct your altitude angle for a start if they want to claim a stupid refracted horizon, right? you can't get a correct altitude angle of a refracted horizon. Even if you're on a globe, it wouldn't work. You couldn't do that. You couldn't correct up from a refracted horizon. It's nonsense. You can only get it off the actual sea surface, and that's what you're correcting from or to.
Correct, exactly.
And that
correcting
has to be horizontal.
to surface level. And it's just not possible if you incorporating a geometric refracted position. It's utterly absurd. You're so right. This undoes that because the correction, when they claim tangency, only has a single point, and you're correcting utilizing a straight line for a start, right? It's an angle correction, and the correction is to surface level. So there's two things that completely overcome their utterly absurd rebuttal of refracted horizons that are corrected in height corrections that are measured off surface level, have a height to that surface level that is identical in the distance when you look at the horizon, as Brian just detailed. And the correction itself, straight line, angle correction, is to surface level. It's game over.
Well, yeah, exactly. They'll try and tell you that the mathematics brings the line that's going from the eye to the horizon up to the eye line. No. Excuse me. The mathematics doesn't make that happen. The mathematics works either way. It doesn't matter if the line comes up to the eyes or the vertex that's at the eyes goes down to the water underneath the boat. Because when it comes to the site reduction tables, and what are site reduction tables? What do? They correct for accuracy of your elevation angles. So if you have an angle of it at a certain time to a certain celestial body, right, and you take your angle, you go through or you do your corrections, whatever, the site reduction tables, right, what they'll do is they'll say, no, they place the adjacent, the horizontal adjacent, they place that at sea level. So sea level becomes the adjacent. And they'll say mean sea level becomes your adjacent, right? This is in the almanac. And they correct your angle. They say, no, at this particular time, the actual angle should be an extra 1 minute, 2 seconds, or something like that, right? They correct it actually for precision. So the most precise elevation angles that you can get, right, which means you're using the site reduction tables, use mean sea level as the horizontal. How does that work? How does that work on the globe?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
But before you even get to that, you're talking about an angle correction, aren't you? How do you get this more accurate angle? Well, that means you're correcting it. This is part of the calibration when you do height of eye correction. That is the calibration, as you say, to surface level, sea level in this instance. How does that work for a globe? It doesn't. Number one, first of all, is the angle that you're going to be correcting, is that capable of being an angle or being corrected if it's a curved line? That would be to say a curved line between you and a refracted geometric position that isn't capable of being described as having a straight line between you and it. Is that what you can achieve an angle correction with, Brian?
No, you're going to need a horizontal line.
You need a horizontal line and a straight line to be correcting with. Everything must be straight. Their increase of the surface at a rate of 7/6 of the radius, they might blag when they don't understand it that it's an increase of the light refraction rate. No, nothing to do with the light, everything to do with the ground being increased in its radial value at the rate of 7/6 of a radial value you got from a flat earth measurement. That's what it actually is. Does that work when you're just doing an angle correction to surface level with respect to your height above the deck and how high the point you're looking at must be with respect to the exact same measurement? No, it requires parallel planes. It requires surface level, sea level, flat.
Well, the thing about it is that once we get to the dip correction, right, as soon as they're trying to call that a tangent after you've done the dip, they're going to say, I have a tangent now. No, you don't. The tangent is before that within their claim, and the dip correction is actually from the tangent up to the eye line. Because if you look at the correction amount for, let's say, 50 foot, the correction amount for 50 foot, I think, is around 0.016 or 0.017 degrees or something like that. Whereas for the dip correction from the globe's geometric edge for 50 foot is 0.024 degrees, right? So that's a bit of a difference, right? And that would make a massive difference if you're within using 3 elevation angles and 3 circles of equal altitude, because that would become a massive distance error over, like if you used the globe's geometric edge. The 0.016 or 0.017 for 50-foot observer height above the water, that matches a flat plane. So when they try and bring in 7/6, what they're doing is they're trying to insert a distance to the horizon at sea, right? A mathematical distance to the horizon that will have to have not an arc distance, but it'll have to be horizontal for them to do the dip correction, right? Because they try and insert their globe mass into this by giving the horizon a mathematical distance. Now, can the horizon have a distance, especially at sea? You can't give the horizon a distance at sea because you don't know how far away or close to you it is, right? You can't do that. So they add in their maths by giving it a mathematical distance. But what people don't realize, when they use 0.97, right, when they're using that, it's a mathematical horizontal distance to an horizon. That's what it actually is. So it's after that fact, when they bring it down to the center of their globe after that, mathematically, it's then they start talking about arcs. But when they're talking about this distance to the horizon and 7/6, the 7/6 is only about a mathematical distance to the horizon. That distance still has to be horizontal for them to do what they're doing, because they can't measure an arc adjacent. It's so ridiculous, and then go down to their equatorial plane with that, because it's not going to fit mathematically. It all has to be horizontal on the surface before they can bring it down to the center of their globe, which we'll see at Vernal
exactly.
Equinox.
Their justification for this isn't donkey dick horizons or 7/6R. It's parallel light transposed to hell. That's their justification in their rhetoric. They need to start learning it.
Yeah, there's no, even within what they do, there is no curved Earth involved until the angle is at the center of their globe, and then they're going to hijack the celestial dome and place a globe in between them and the point on the celestial dome. That's all they're going to do, and that's what gives them their coordinate point.
Exactly. They claim tangency, so they can have a perpendicular for their point at their zenith on their claim to be dingleberry dangling below their plane that they've acquired that has GPS out in space and functionally doesn't operate. So, once you've got your plane, you then take the lines that come to that plane, not to a curve angle, not to a curve baseline, and then project that down into hell, so that you've got your points working from the center of the sphere Earth, and then you can project out your PZX triangles to claim that the projected points that are working from the center of Earth, perfectly justifiable because light's coming in parallel, so it might as well be in the center of Earth, can then be projected up onto the globe surface, effectively a redundant protractor, hemispherical in nature, that has a globe pasted on top of it, that has the lines that you are taking from the plane, equatorial in nature, in the center of that hemispherical representation of a globe Earth, out to the points of the stars on the celestial sphere. That's how the process actually functions. They want it both ways. They want to have a tangent to a geometric horizon for their dip correction with a bendy donkey dick horizon, and a tangent at their feet to give them perpendicular for their zenith. Well, it's like, which one do you want? You want two tangents now? Well, you can't have them. Your rhetoric is set in stone. The rhetoric takes a dingleberry Earth and projects it into hell. You don't have to like it. How's that geometric horizon working out for you, by the way, Rufy? Yeah? Good? We're going to cover a video in a minute. Anything more for this, Brian?
Yes, two other things. This mathematical horizon that they try and add in, they actually use a horizontal, the 0.97 is a horizontal distance to it. There's no arc between the boat and this mathematical horizon. They're adding that in because they need that to work in that way, so then they can back engineer it into their math, their globe maths. That's why they do that. There is no distance to the horizon. If you look at the Black Swan, from a 1 foot observation, the horizon is at least 10 miles away. The BLMSB 69 has another observation where the horizon is, from a 1 foot observation, 31 miles away. So that means you can't tell how far away the horizon is going to be at sea. You don't even have an island or anything out at sea, nothing to mark it. You just know that you're out at this massive expanse of water. You can see an horizon, but you don't know how far away it is. So they're adding in a mathematical horizon. And I have a dip chart on my other computer that's broke, and it does add in that, but it specifically uses, and it states there's using a horizontal. Do you know what I mean? It's like the whole purpose of it is that it's so they can back engineer it into their globe. There is no mathematical distance to the horizon. You don't know how far away it is at sea. Take my word for it, I've been out there. And you're not ever going to know.
And it's not needed.
The thing that is, no, it's not needed. It's nothing to do with anything. This is the thing.
Exactly.
It's only connected to the globe. Come on.
I was just going to say, what you're actually utilising, the purpose of transposing these parallel light rays into hell, isn't to give you some horizon point that matches up with your assertion of a donkey dick horizon that they have when they're drawing out two tangents. The purpose of doing it is to get everything onto an extended plane. That's the reason. So the horizon doesn't even come into it. It's a tool we use on the surface to calibrate. That's it. That's what dip correction's for. Now, in the process, you can prove a flat Earth's being measured, height, and referenced and corrected to, and it's a straight line, and it's an angle correction. All of those things that we just discussed 10 minutes ago. But ultimately speaking, for them, they're going to make apologetics for a tangent plane that they're getting the angle to, that's moved into hell, so that it can functionally work after calibration. That's to say, you remove the horizon when you do this, onto an extended plane.
That will be an extended plane at vernal equinox. And at vernal equinox, their equatorial plane, as I said yesterday, extends out into their celestial plane, giving you a much huger flat plane. And it's pre-assumed, for ease of use, in both celestial navigation and astronomy, that the celestials are moving and that the plane is stationary. So what they end up with is a massive stationary plane with moving celestials. But yet, because they place a protractor, they're calling the globe surface, right, in between, orthographically, in between the observer and the celestial dome, they're then saying globe proven. There's nothing to do with the globe. You didn't use the globe one time. You just inserted the globe. Not the same as using it.
I'm going to do a quick call to action as we've got 112 people watching. Please share the show. Just like 2 clicks to stick it on your favourite social media outlet. So if you're a big fan of Bebo or MySpace or wherever it is the kids use these days, click on the share button and it'll present you with all your favourite links. And then one more click and the share has been done. That's it. It's easy. So please share the show if you've not done so already. The only reason we've got 112 people watching is because there's a good chunk of people in the live audience that will share the show regardless. So if you're not one of them, please become one of them by clicking on that share button. Thank you very much to all of you who have shared the show already. Really appreciate it. Now we are going to get on to a video. So without further ado, not this one, we covered that in the pre-show. So this is a little bit of an oldie. I don't know if it's a goodie. I haven't watched it. We may have covered it before because it's 3 years old. So if we have already covered this, then we'll hopefully familiarise ourselves halfway through and then go, hang on, didn't we already cover this? But like I say, this one's from about 3 years ago. Does this evidence prove Earth is flat? And the channel is 43. And I'm going to stick a link to his channel in the YouTube live stream right now. So if you are watching live, same old call to action as always. Please let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a positive comment that won't get removed. Please don't swear at him. But just bring his attention to the fact that we have shared the YouTube algorithmic love by sending our meager audience, by comparison to his audience at several million, to help him in the YouTube algorithmic love that we definitely don't receive. The idea being that if he was to respond to us in any way, he'd put a link to our video and help us along in the algorithmic love, as I say, that we definitely don't receive from YouTube. So you can probably see there's a link going by as we speak. So please, as I say, do it if you are watching live, but if you're watching after the fact, go to the live stream chat, open it up, and you'll see the link whizzing on by. And drop him a comment. Let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. I keep repeating this in case you haven't picked up on this from, if you just sit here and go, well, I'm not going. Why does he keep saying it 4 times? It's to buy you enough time to actually go and do it so that when you come back, I'm still saying the same thing and you're not missing any of the show content. Just me still in the same call to action that I invited you to go and do, and let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. And then when you come back, you're hearing the same thing, and then we get back into the show. What do you reckon, guys? Do you reckon I've done it enough? Do we get on with it?
Yeah, I think go on.
Yeah. You don't have to be a dentist to know that tooth decay is caused by the formation of plaque, which is basically a thin film of bacteria that coats your teeth.
We watching the right video.
When you eat foods high in carbohydrates, that bacteria converts the carbs into acid, which erodes your tooth enamel over time. Fair enough. But what would you say to someone who instead believed dental decay was caused by tooth worms? Could you present compelling evidence of your fancy
It's a false comparison fallacy. I see.
theory about plaque and bacteria that would convince them tooth worms don't really exist?
Now I've got something new to be worried about. The scary, frightening toothworms.
And whilst we're on the subject, why do you believe in plaque and bacteria in the first place? Have you ever seen evidence for tooth decay with your own eyes? If not, how do you know the whole thing hasn't just been made up by dentists?
I mean, I don't. I mean, there is obviously methodologies that you can perform to validate claims that people make about such things. Depending on the standard they attribute to their own claims that they're making, obviously you'd hold them to scrutiny on their positive claims that they make as dental practitioners. I mean, come on, let's get to the false comparison already.
As a nice little money spinner. Teeth worms are a real thing, by the way. Or should I say, people thought they were a real thing for several thousand years. They're mentioned in ancient Babylonian and Chinese texts dating back to 1500 BC.
And you've double checked that these texts are definitely from 1500 BC. You've done the primary source research and validated that claim, have you? See, there's me scrutinising you, because you're now making claims, aren't you? That's the problem, you see. Someone like me will come along and say, have you actually backed that baseless assertion? Or did you just rattle off something you did on a Google search? Because it seems like the latter. I mean, you didn't offer any primary source evidence to back that baseless assertion, now did you? I mean, I could just take it as read like people took it as read that there was teeth worms. I have a much higher standard of evidence, though.
Perhaps the most famous example being a cuneiform tablet with the excellent title, The Legend of the Worm. Which
That's not bad as a primary source evidence. How did you validate that that was from the date that you claimed? Did we get that?
recounts the heartwarming tale of a
Go on.
How did he link the two things together? I don't. There could very well have been worms, depending on the food you're eating back then. I mean, you there's lice and stuff in whitefish. You know, white fish with white flesh. There's worms and lice and stuff in that. So I don't know. In you know, even when you're eating fish and stuff in Japan, you must eat ginger to kill off these things. So I don't know if this guy has really thought this out.
band of blood-drinking, root-eating worms that devour your teeth from the inside out. Why do I have a sudden urge to brush my teeth? Whether this belief came from actual worms in...
There it is. It's the juxtaposition with belief. So we can already tell where this is going, can't we?
...infected water, or the worm-like cylindrical structures that can be found inside the human teeth. We're not quite sure. But thankfully, science eventually came along and put this particular nightmare to bed.
Oh, really? Science put it to bed, did they? You mean people studied teeth? As opposed to we saw a phenomena and then validated the cause of it with systematic experimentation based on that natural phenomena that you're not yet describing?
Tooth worms are just one of the many outdated scientific beliefs that we've...
Scientific beliefs? I'm going to go with no.
That's an oxymoron.
Yeah.
A scientific belief. It's either proven or not.
Exactly. Oxymoron.
since proven to be nonsense. For instance, these days most of us accept the Earth is a sphere.
That's because you hold a belief about it. You accept it with your belief. We demonstrate how that belief is originated in flat Earth measurements. That's what we do. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just being crass. A scientific belief.
He's got a scientific belief in the Earth being a sphere. Well, if you take the same standard of hijacking pseudo-scientific claims and calling them science, and then attributing that to what he probably ascribes to being a scientific belief, yeah, it works perfectly, actually.
But how many of us have actually seen the evidence that it's true? Contrary to popular belief, the spherical nature of planet Earth has been a widely accepted fact for a good millennia or two.
So we're convoluting things. A widely accepted fact. Is that how facts work, is it? No, what you're actually saying is there's been a consensus. Well, consensus doesn't form reality. This is shocking. I never read between the lines when I entered into the discussion of Flat Earth, and it horrified me when I had it qualified by an answer from an opposing side of debating panel that they actually do believe this. The consensus, if the world believed this fact, in quotes, then it makes the world that they believe true. That's his standard of evidence. Now, he's not said it in such blunt terms, but that is the fact of the matter based on what he just said, because he's called it a fact based on consensus. No, mate. Appeal to consensus fallacy. Not fact. Go on. Someone had something. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I was going to say that he also begged the question within his question, as in he said, or within his statement, because he said that the spherical nature of our planet Earth, and like straight away, as soon as he's saying planet, he's inserting a spherical object, as that's how it's understood. Planet is the word planet. When we speak about it, it infers a spherical object, a celestial spherical object, of which he's claiming that the globe Earth is one of. So his own language is making it impossible for him to ever consider. They all do this. I've heard it time after time. His own language is making it impossible for him to consider any other possibility, simply because his language is in a circular fashion, bringing him straight back to the belief he started with. If you understand what I mean.
Absolutely. He's begging the question.
Having been discovered by Pythagoras and others as far back as the 5th or 6th century BC. The validity of the shape of the planet has been...
Again, primary source...
Pythagoras.
Go on, Brian, you go first.
No, it's just last one he brought up, Pythagoras. Pythagoras is famous for right-angled triangles. It's the Pythagoreans that were making a big deal out of the sphere. Now, I'm sure Pythagoras thought the sphere was a handy shape too, but I don't have... What evidence is there that Pythagoras was claiming the Earth was a sphere? What has that got to do with geometry?
I'm pretty sure he's famous for having curved baselines in his triangles, isn't he?
Yeah, you can't have a right-angled triangle without a curved baseline.
Absolutely. Makes perfect sense.
Been reinforced countless times over the years, whether by European explorers sailing around it, or by NASA taking pictures of it from...
Taking pictures from a sky vacuum. You asked this question in terms of what you, the audience, were invited to reminisce about what they'd seen. Well, this isn't what they've seen. This is a claim to be picture from a sky vacuum in violation of natural law. If we're to take this as evidence of being photography, as you've just asserted it is, by way of your belief, then I must accept that this black area, is 10 to the minus 17 Tor. And that this cloud formation, we can take that as analogous to high pressure gas by demonstration. So we've got high pressure gas next to a 10 to the minus 17 Tor sky vacuum. Straight up second law of thermodynamics violation. High pressure gas expands in all directions to fill whatever availability of volume it has. And you're suggesting there's a never-ending, expanding void of nothingness at 10 to the minus 17 Tor. A high vacuum next to high pressure gas. No, this isn't a photograph. It's a claim to be photograph from a place that isn't real. I'm not taking pictures of gas not expanding into sky vacuums. It's absurd.
Space. But despite that, the average, everyday person might have trouble pointing to any conclusive proof that shows them the spherical nature of the Earth. Like the cause of tooth decay, it's such a well-established fact that we...
Really? I mean, we're currently pointing out to our audience how you and your assumption of a well-established fact is a failing in your research to establish the actual origins of the measurement that give you the sphericity that you believe in. They would be measurements off a flat plane. I mean, it's a shame that you haven't done any more than surface level research, or you wouldn't be making the false comparisons. And you'd have shown some primary source research. I mean, you didn't do any of that. What you have done is claimed that you've got the begging the question assumption correct. You haven't. The origins that we expose here are, for your globe faith, flat Earth in nature. The origins of your globe are measurements of a flat Earth. Might be hard for you to believe and swallow and digest now, but feel free to tune into Flat Earth debate on a daily basis, and you'll find out in a more expansive way how Earth is measured flat.
Simply don't question it.
Nathan.
Or at least most of us don't. Because
Yeah, go ahead.
Just out of curiosity, how many fellow YouTubers have you corrected and educated this year alone? Would you guesstimate?
I don't know how many people I've influenced.
I was wondering how many of those have reached out to you and thanked you for the free education that you provided.
Audience members, lots. Other influencers. Was it around the idea of
Other
influencers?
YouTubers
None.
and their videos?
None.
None?
Well, no, not overtly. I mean, there might have been thanks intertwined with QE or Brian's video or something like that, but as far as I know, nobody. Why? What are you fishing for?
No, I was just wondering, maybe this guy would be the exception. But isn't that funny that though? That every time you cover one of his videos, it's great because people I know or speak to will have watched a video on Flat Earth like this. So the fact that you've covered it, I can just give your video to them and say, there you go. Everything said in that video is addressed and covered in depth. And there's probably an after show where they talk about it more.
I've got you.
Just the fact that nobody gets back to you to say thanks, it's just a shame.
You're asking
that's all.
who from the people we cover like this now have responded. That's what you mean. I got you. I was a bit slow on the uptake. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just a shame. That's all.
now, a couple of millennia after we as a species generally agreed on what the Earth looks like, a growing number of people.
There it is again. We generally agreed. Okay. I mean, if we generally agree it's a pineapple, does that make it a pineapple? No. Yeah, we don't live in a consensus-based reality, as much as you would like it to be. You've said it twice now.
People are rejecting established science.
No. Established science would be the establishment of cause and effect reasoning based on a hypothesis after observing natural phenomena. That's established science. That's the scientific method. When you take a consensus reality and assert it as being science, that's also fraud. Because it isn't. You declared it literally in the previous breath. What we generally agreed on. That's not science. Science isn't a general agreement on anything. It's empirical by nature.
And instead,
Isn't
subscribing...
Sorry, Nathan. Isn't it the height of cheek for these people, and they continually do it, the height of cheek for them to try and show something that has some validity? Let's say he was showing stuff to do with dentistry there earlier, and to then equate that to what he believes in concerning the nature of our world. Like, that's the height of cheek. You're taking something that has some validity and you're trying to parallel it with something that is purely your belief. And you're trying to then use this hijacking of something in the real world, something valid. So they use this hijacking of this valid thing we know of in the real world to somehow character assassinate me and us and support your belief as if you have like the same level of evidence to support what you're promoting. Like, where do these people get off with this stuff?
Yeah, it's outrageous, isn't it, when you boil it down that way?
It is, yeah.
to the theory that the Earth is flat. So, strap yourselves in, because this is going to be one nonsensical ride.
Nonsensical? You already had
theory.
yourself in a category error. Theory? No, that comes after validation of experimentation based on a hypothesis formation that you validated after observing natural phenomena. That's where you get theory. Yeah? You don't know what you're talking about. You've got all of these terms mixed up and muddled. You don't know what any of them mean. Yeah, Brian.
I was going to say, that was probably the most accurate for, because Earth is actually validated flat, so it is closer to a theory than not.
That's category error. Describing the nature of an aspect of our reality isn't cause and effect requirement. There's no phenomena being observed. If I say the table's flat, you can't say, well, what's the cause of that? Now, what do you mean, what's the cause of that? It's just an absolute statement. Concrete noun. Table. Not, why is the table spontaneously combusted? It wouldn't even be a natural phenomenon if the table did spontaneously combust. Tree spontaneously combusted. Or in more simplistic terms, leaf falling off it. That's something happening. That's a phenomena. You can study that. Tree itself, it's a concrete noun. Flat, that's a geometric aspect. Not geometric. Brian's going to get all over me now, isn't he? Just pretend I didn't say that, Brian. We're moving on.
The Flat Earth movement can trace its roots back to English inventor, writer, and devout Christian Samuel Burley Robotham.
What? The Flat Earth traces its origins to 1816. Are you having me on? Wow. Surface level regurgitation, man. You think this is the origins of Flat Earth? No.
No. No, but he's getting ready to a character assassinate Robotham.
For any date this man offers up for an origin story that's claimed to be a proofsy of a globe, I can assert the origins of the measurements that have been converted into Keplerian orbital motion and sphericity. Ergo, any date ascribable by any globe believer will automatically be hijacked by me to prove that Earth was known to be flat on that date. Any date, by any reference. There's my challenge. I'll lay it down to you. I know I'll already win because I know the origins of the globe. Us with our advanced heliocentric understanding, right, Brian?
Exactly, Nathan. Because what he's doing here with his Robotham reference is he's trying to claim that that's when the flat Earth started, but we've known it's a globe for millennia. Do you know what I mean? This is where he's at, because he's of the belief that we know it's a globe for millennia. Yet every single date that he brings up, you can show him the flat plane they needed on that date.
Exactly.
To mathematically create that globe.
Precisely. Oh, it's nice when we're actually in agreement with each other, Brian.
Who was born in 1816. It's no longer known exactly what prompted Robotham to reject a long-accepted fact concerning...
What are these lines on the globe you got there in this diagrammatical belief structure that you've got pictorially represented in videography format? It seems like it's got these lines on it. What do you think they are, Brian? This like this globe, and it's got these lines going up it. What do you think they are?
Are they supposed to represent latitude?
Latitude? Oh, I wonder where they get measured. Maybe you could enlighten him, Brian.
Well, latitudes are horizontal measurements from the geographic North Pole, also known as the GP point of Polaris. Horizontal measurements from that point straight out to the equator, and then they're extrapolated beyond the equator south, and the straight lines diverge from. They're all circles along straight lines that are diverging from the center point.
Surely those
plane, two-dimensional. You can't have two-dimensional. You can't have two-dimensional coordinates on the surface of a globe, and then somehow traverse that globe using those two-dimensional measurements while you're on the surface. It's not possible. You need three-dimensional coordinates for a globe on its surface. We don't have any coordinates that don't for a globe for just its surface. All the
and do those flat Earth coordinates necessitated to create this belief structure he's got his fingertips on? Do they predate Robotham, perchance?
Oh yeah, thousands of years before Robotham.
No way.
Thousands of years.
So we could offer up evidence of a flat Earth that's thousands of years prior.
Absolutely, yeah. And we can show them that it's still in use today, every day.
Yeah.
It's on his phone.
Yeah, what would you know? I mean, everybody already knew Earth was flat. I mean, this guy's a bit slow on the uptake, but it is a 3-year-old video. I mean, 3 years ago, fair enough. Now, mate, we all know Earth's measured flat. Even the globe side know it. You know, they justify their belief in a globe by telling us it's just so big. That's why we measure Earth flat. And everyone's entitled to their belief. But even those who have a globe belief these days know it's measured flat. I mean, duh. What are your latitude lines for your globe that you got there? Yeah, there'd be flat Earth measurements of the Polaris-centric positioning system that's flat and the angles to it. Yeah, you'll need them first, mate, to make this globe. They definitely predate Robotham, I can assure you of that.
Our fundamental understanding of the universe.
1 second, sorry, before you start. No, we know that it's an accepted fact for thousands of years that the Earth has been measured to be a flat plane. Thousands of years, accepted fact. That's not what he said.
Yes.
But we can support that fact.
Oh, you've done what I've said. Perfect. Keep going, keep going. Yes, exactly.
But that's it, isn't it? We can support that fact. I can support that it's an accepted fact that the Earth has been measured to be a flat plane and traversed as a flat plane and navigated as a flat plane for thousands of years. There's no time in history that he can go back there that I can't show him or you can't show him that, yep, flat plane required.
Yep.
Since Genesis.
Yeah, this really is the linchpin. I mean, I can't stress this enough to the audience, right? We will be rounding out the live stream shortly, but we will do a little bit more on this video, so this isn't time to tune out. I can't stress this enough. They use a flat plane, and we can show them it in every instance, their origin, their genesis, for the globe belief, and its measurements of the plane we actually dwell atop, because that's where we acquired the measurements to convert to a globe for you to believe in. Now, that being the case, it not only is an outstanding argument to prove Earth is being measured flat because the globe requires it to be, it's also a waypoint for anybody who's on the fence right here, right now. And moving into the future, it's a point that they can casually just declare that they already knew. Yeah? This gives everybody with a current heliocentric belief that they are unaware of, they just thought it was a globe, to say, oh, but there's no embarrassment here. I actually, like everybody, always knew that the original measurements were in a flat Earth. I mean, I always knew that. I mean, yeah, I understand that, you can use the ball Earth to make good predictions of the sky. It's, out of the box thinking and all, but obviously we need the Earth to be measured flat. And I always knew that. Because any surface dweller can look into how Earth is actually measured and then find a load of globe Earth apologies for why it wouldn't need to be measured as a globe in this instance. It's just really big. So everybody already knew this. The quicker we can get it into our own side. This is the point I made at the beginning of the show, Brian. This is what ticks off the globers. I'm adding them in now, having to go out of my way to, because they're a bleeding afterthought, aren't they? Who cares? You're just part of our rhetoric now. You measure Earth flat too, sunshine, globe believer. What's that? You got a rebuttal? No, mate, you haven't. We don't care anymore. So get triggered over there somewhere and I'm interested. Globe believer.
Exactly.
But
sorry, go on. It's not
I was playing the video. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying exactly. They're all triggered that they're losing relevance rapidly. And it's not that we're intentionally doing it. It's just that they're not. We don't require them or what they believe. No, as you put it, it's surplus to requirements. We don't have no requirement for them or what they believe. It has no relevance to reality or progress of humanity.
It's not just normies. There's a line in the sand here too to be drawn between a distinguishment that we can make between globe Earth believers, normies, just average Joe, going about his business, not aware of the flat Earth debate, not in any way taking part, right? And anti-flat Earthers. When you say they've lost their relevance, that's quite specific to anti-flat Earthers. It's nice that we can actually categorize them. We're not stereotyping them either. They have to, to be called that. They have to have done certain things and behaved in certain ways. But the point is, your average Joe normie is the guy I'm saying, no, this could be that linchpin. If you haven't been here exercising zealotry, you can just say, oh, I always knew. I mean, it'd be a lie. But ultimately, it's a once you've heard it 2 or 3 times, 12 months down the line, you can say, oh, well, it's no, slight white lie. I always knew it was flat. Yeah, I always knew the measurements were flat. I mean, that's how we survey stuff and build stuff and that. Obviously. I mean, I always knew. Oh, you're new to the subject. I always knew. when you've only found out 12 months ago. But with this information, Earth's measured flat. Yeah, for everyone. So, you know, it's a line that gets drawn in the sand between what they think they are. They're scrabbling back up a hill to try and be, you know, blissfully unaware, having taken one of the 2 pills that Morpheus offered. You know, they've fallen down the hill. They just don't like what's at the bottom of it and want their way back up. You know, they're a whole team of ciphers trying to make their way back into the Matrix so they can just blissfully be unaware of this flat Earth nonsense that they really wish it was. And just be like everyone else. The people I'm saying no can just eventually go, oh, yeah, I knew that. Yeah, I knew it was measured flat. Yeah, I've got a good grip on reality.
Well, I just want to reference something. At the start of 2022, the end of 2022, very start of 2022, me and Mitchell both decided separately, but at the exact same time, right, just by pure coincidence, that we weren't going to waste our time debating anti-flat earthers anymore unless they were going to pay us for it. And the reason is because it was only going to be a waste of your time, because that's all it is. Because all they want to do is keep you in a loop where they're relevant. Yet they'll contradict themselves, change their story, lie, whatever they have to do, cherry pick, hide information, whatever they have to do, character assassinate you, whatever they have to do, right, they'll do it, right, within that debate arena. And that's okay with them as long as you stay there and keep going in a loop with them. And I see flat earthers going in this loop with them all the time. It's like you're not valuing your own time, right? Because when you're there for 2 hours arguing with one of these people, you're giving that person, whether it be McToon, whoever, relevance. You're giving McToon relevance when he doesn't have any. He's proven himself to be inept. He's proven himself to be dishonest. He's proven himself to be completely wrong. Yet you're giving him relevance when you're debating him for 2 hours, unless he's paying you. Otherwise, why waste your time? Because if you look at what is this thing, the final experiment, what is it, Nathan? This big nonsense. It's trying to give relevance to these people again, isn't it?
Yeah, bring up the old argument, get history repeating itself so they can have some relevance in old arguments. I'll just do a quick shout out though, sorry to cut you off. JMLs24, thank you for the super chat. He says, the peace and harmony being demonstrated by Nathan and Brian is proof positive that Rocky Balboa is a prophet. If I can change and you can change, everybody can change. Thank you for the super chat.
But it's true though. That's all. I mean, like, we are at peace, because we're not concerned with people who are trying to be our opposition because they need relevance. They're not relevant.
Well,
unless they can prove themselves to be
algorithmic terms, they've got far more relevance than us. They get all the searches, but I won't moan about that right now. We'll carry on a little bit more with this video. We'll do maybe 5-10 minutes more, and then we'll move over to the after show.
Reject it he did. And with that strange kind of confidence reserved only for fools and madmen, he grew so confident in his flat earth theory, he decided...
Not a theory, and there's no need to poison the well.
He was going to prove it. His first test took place along the Old Bedford River, which confusingly is actually a canal, in 1838 in what's now known as the Bedford Level Experiment.
Yeah, it's not an experiment. A principle that water finds and maintains level is a principle utilised in building. This is an unnecessary folly. I mean, it's reminiscent of the stature and the word. I was going to say popularity, but it's the wrong word. Exposure, there's the right word, that Netflix gave to people going out and claiming experiments in more recent history. It's garbage. This isn't required. In terms of how Earth is measured, what we do in terms of navigation and mapping, none of it's relevant. I mean, the Bedford Level quasi-experiment, pseudoscience, is another example where a baller, anti-flat earther as we now call them, can utilise the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator and its orthographic representation of the world to compare and contrast what will effectively be a differential calculation between the surface level of the water and the eye level at elevation. It's a route in to a false dichotomy that we fell victim to for 10 years. Not anymore. everything in the Bedford level experiment that's describing dip, drop, Earth curve, all require surface level differentials to claim them. In other words, Earth must be measured flat for all the primary claims that are utilised before the false dichotomy laid out in the argument that follows the quasi-experiment known as Bedford level. So I don't lend any kudos or accreditation to this, or Rowbotham in this particular example. He certainly isn't the father of flat Earth. He's another person that's fallen victim to the false dichotomy, where we use flat Earth measurements to claim how much globe Earth obstruction should or shouldn't be there based on how much he says the world would fall away in an orthographic view in his demonstration. So there we go, there's my critique of both Rowbotham and the false dichotomy that has been set up nicely to be played out and now publicised for a solid chunk of time. I mean, you're calling him the father of flat Earth, for God's sake.
It's RC's paradox.
One second.
It's refracted curvature's paradox you just detailed. RC's paradox.
Well, what I would say though, Nathan, is why, I have to say this to you, why are you so fast to throw Rowbotham underneath the bus when he was just pointing out just that water does not take an arc, right? That's basically what he was pointing out, and he proved it. But why? Because they bring these people up, and then flat earthers feel the need to distance themselves from these people. Like the ballers bring up, when someone on our side brings up Neil deGrasse Tyson, the ballers try to distance themselves from Neil deGrasse Tyson. Why? I don't feel any need to distance myself from Rowbotham. Rowbotham was correct. I don't feel any need to do that. What he did, he showed, even though history tries to paint it differently because they leave out the final information, the most important information, he proved the surveyor Wallace wrong. In the eyes of a judge at the time, he proved Wallace wrong. He proved his point, that the Earth was not a globe. So I have no reason to distance myself from Rowbotham. What he did was good. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with Rowbotham.
Okay.
I don't know everything about him, but I'm fine with him.
Okay.
And if this guy wants to bring him up to me, I'll show him what Rowbotham did, and I'll debunk any claim this guy has.
No, that's fine. I'm only refuting him based on the context of the current discussion around science. It's being labelled as an experiment, and it isn't. Now, on a
but
different...
did Rowbotham label it as that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, on a different day, contextually, I might be all for... I might be flying my Rowbotham banner and saying how wonderful he is. So I'm not... or to put it another way, I don't disagree with you. Contextually, there's everything positive to get behind when it comes to Rowbotham's demonstration of how water finds and maintains its level, as opposed to having a physical geometric sphere edge dropping away at 8 inches per the mile squared, which is what is asserted. Now, I don't like this particular example because it is, in my humble opinion, an opening, not through Rowbotham's fault, to allow a juxtaposition between the orthographic representation of Earth curve and a justification for why you're not seeing it. Well, what do I hear ringing in the back of my mind when I think of Rowbotham? Oh, refraction! Let's have a quick look at the orthographic comparisons without perspective in them and talk about refraction, Brian. That's why I don't like it.
Sorry, I stepped on the end of your statement.
That's
no,
okay.
I agree. I understand that because that's what Wallace brought in. Wallace tried to bring 7/6 into the equation, right? Which is a heap of nonsense, right? Now, as I said, history has left out the information that happened after that, where Rowbotham disproved them. But the point being, Rowbotham rather than disproved him, he proved himself to be correct. The point being is that let's just go back to the basis of it. Why did Rowbotham choose that canal? Because there's no locks. Why? There's no locks on that stretch of canal. There's nothing. Why did they have locks on canals? If the Earth is a globe, why would you need locks on canals?
To raise the water level to a higher elevation with respect to sea level.
Yeah, but what's the point of locks? Because according to what they say, based off of a globe, the water just conforms to that surface. Why would you need locks? So just that alone, I don't even need to go into row bottom. Just go into what he chose that for.
What's locks, Brian?
Locks are these
Well,
these doors that open. So in a canal, you close two gates and then pour water in from the higher side or let water out to the lower side to raise or lower the ship with respect to sea level when there's a incline. So obviously you can't make the water flow uphill. So you have to literally physically raise the water level of the canal. Now when there's a transition, the lock closes behind the narrowboat, boat, barge, whatever you're putting into it. And then you, like I say, fill it with water and then the boat carries on its way. It's a very prolonged process. So Brian's saying, why is he using that stretch? Well, because just by its nature, there is no deviation from sea level in terms of its overall elevation with respect to sea level at whatever altitude you are at Bedford.
exactly. There's no lock, so there's no up or down. Why would you have a lock on a globe? Everything's supposed to be according to their original claims, not the general relativity. But the original claims is that all the water is being pulled towards the center. So what would be the purpose of a lock? There'd be no purpose to a lock. That's why he chose that particular piece of canal, because there isn't any locks. But he probably should have just detailed what a lock was. Do you know what I mean? On a canal, and why would you have this on a globe? You wouldn't. These things are not purposeful on a globe. J-Tola Media showed a lock at the California aqueduct. There's a lock there. Why did they have a lock on that aqueduct? Why would you have a lock on a globe? You wouldn't. There's no purpose for a lock on a globe. It completely contradicts what they're claiming concerning what water will do via a pull to the center, via force of gravity that's now under 9 years out of date.
A section of his book that claimed a rough sea will affect which part of an object disappears as it moves further away from the shore. It was nonsense wrapped in a half-truth.
Like nonsense that hashtag shit shrinks. Yeah, this cow is small, holds up toy cow. That cow, looks out a window at a real cow, is far away. Is that a half-truth? No, that's perspective. You're a muppet.
But plenty of people present that day believed him. As much as it's easy to poke fun at Robotham and his flat earth fallacy, it's worth remembering he didn't have the benefit of the more obvious forms of evidence for a spherical earth that we have today. The first image of the earth taken from space was
First image from a second law of thermodynamics. You've experienced this, have you, spaceman? You went up and got images from a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum. Did you wave goodbye to the high pressure gas below you to take a snapshot of it as you entered an area of volume that gas pressure wasn't filling? Oh, no, this is based on your belief from your high priests who enter the heavens to give you Kodak images. Is that right? Wow, what a wonderful standard this is. Also a second law of thermodynamics violation, gas-filled space.
snapped more than 100 years after the Bedford level experiment. And this was also some 65 years before the invention of the aeroplane, meaning world travel was far, far trickier than it is today. That bit's important, because one of the easiest ways to demonstrate the Earth is spherical in everyday life is to...
What do you reckon he's going to come up with? Any guesses?
Well, he just brought up the airplane, which is the number one proof that the Earth is not a globe, it's flat. There's nothing that proves it better than air travel. It's just outright, it's like, it couldn't be any more rock solid that it's flat via air travel. So I don't know what he's going to come up with.
To hop on a plane to the opposite hemisphere to the one you live in and look up at the night sky.
No, it's antipodal affirming the consequent. If I assume I have antipodal positioning on a globe, then when I travel south, I'll be on the bottom of a globe. That's his argument.
Yeah.
Which will be full of constellations not visible from your home. But...
so if I move to an area south where the stars above that area are different, I can make an automatic antipodal assumption that I have travelled and ended up on the other side of a globe I've just assumed. No, that's completely non sequitur. The sky above you and the positions with respect to the ground that we plot for mapping and navigating are still above you when you go south. Now, that might be a shocking revelation to a fundamentalist religious zealot with a globe belief, but it ain't shocking to me. Going south does not make the stars do anything different. They're still above me. Yeah? Now, shocking that we've got different stars over different positions on the ground, and very useful for navigating the flat Earth and plotting positions on a flat Earth that you'll later transpose onto your globe for you to believe in and reify. But ultimately speaking, the sky's always above us. Doesn't make any difference. It's completely non sequitur for you to just affirm the consequent with this and assume you're begging the question sphere Earth has something to do with travelling in an antipodal assumption. Doesn't prove a thing.
I think you've just missed it, Nathan, what he did. And he did this
anything. How dare you?
No, I'm afraid you did. Because you're going to kick yourself when I point it out. What he did is what he's been trained to do his whole life, which is to use the flat Earth first and then point to the globe, right? He just spoke about flying a plane, right, south of the equator from the north, right, heading south, and then talking about the celestials. And you went into talking about the celestials. Is that plane accounting for curvature and rotation?
No. It's flying at a fixed altitude, and the altitude that it's fixed to is with respect to sea level. So everything about it, I thought you covered this already, actually. You're saying I missed it. You had already covered this.
Yeah, but you in a way you took the bait, because when you start talking about the stars, you're going into trying to debunk or trying to talk about how what he's claiming is begging the question for him and this, that, and the other thing, and he's just pre-assuming antipodal, and it's actually the star. Yeah, what you said was true, but if that plane's pilot is not accounting for the curvature of a globe Earth and the rotation of it from that point A to point B, doesn't matter what he has to say, because the surface underneath is obviously flat. End of story. You don't need to go into his antipodal positions and what he's blah, blah. None of that matters, because you bring him straight back to reality. That was his use of the flat plane there. That's what he used. He's inserted that was the insertion of the flat plane right there for him.
Correct.
He needed that.
No, you're absolutely right. That's where he needed a flat Earth, and I did miss it. You're absolutely right. That's going to be my point to round out and say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Programming Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Hey, did anybody see how Nathan was brought up in the Jeranism's current stream?
No. What do you mean I was brought up in Jeranism's stream? In what context?
Scamming context. He was, it's not behind a paywall, so I couldn't clip it out, but he was bringing up how truthers are no longer interested in truth. I think that was the stream was called. And he mentioned how, making fun of how we say that you'll need a flat Earth for that.
Wow.
So he brought up the example saying that if we lived on a Home Depot and you put down a level, and then if you just multiply these Home Depots and made the world a sphere, how wouldn't that work off a tangent?
Why is Jeran fighting for how the world could be a globe? Am I missing something?
Yeah, he did say if the Earth was a globe.
Yeah. Why is Jeran saying if the world is a globe? What am I missing?
Because he's a freaking idiot.
So he's telling his audience how it would work on a globe. In his mind, in his imagination.
Very much so.
He did the same thing with McToons that time.
So, our ambassador for Flat Earth is telling people how the world works as a sphere and failing to appreciate elevation angle measurements are with respect to a flat baseline, and suggesting that we've got multiple tangent planes in the form of home depots. Okay. Willful ignorance. I personally have gone through this with Jeran and described how GPs work with respect to the flat baseline and the 90-degree position that a ground position must be on. And if you draw out tangential planes with dingleberry earths that are completely surplus to requirements, all you're using is what you're claiming is a tangent plane, but then it's got a ground position that's not on the ground. I've gone through that with Jeran personally. So it's willful ignorance.
And pride.
Yeah. If the Home Depot extended for 1,000 miles to the GP of the star, then that example would work. If dangling below that Home Depot was a globe Earth you're not referencing, because you're referencing the flat Home Depot bit. We don't measure Earth flat because if I reference a flat Home Depot surface, what a Dumbo. Is this where
Yeah,
people...
just wipe your hands with them. That's it.
I just can't quite believe my ears, to be honest. Is this where people go for their flat Earth information? To Jeran, so they can find out how things do work on a globe? When he fails to comprehend how they do actually work on a flat plane. Is that what people go to for him? To give him information about a flat Earth? That's what they get.
What he's referencing is a disco ball there, basically, isn't he? That's what he's talking about. If Home Depot surface was just extended many, many times, or not extended, but just multiplied many times, you'd have a disco ball. That's what he's claiming.
Yeah, but we're measuring the Home Depot flat surface. And he's saying, yeah, but if the globe was under... No. So in your example, Jeran's example, he's got a Home Depot. Why? Because the surface is completely flat. That's why he's using it. So he's incorporated something that's going to be measured flat. In this case, Home Depot surface, the floor. Why? Well, because we measure Earth flat. But it's in his example for why we don't. Oh my God.
Frustrating, right? But that's righteous's boy.
I'm going to get a drink. Hopefully you'll talk amongst yourselves so this after show doesn't
Oh,
die.
I thought I lost connection.
I think Nathan is just disgusted.
No, just need caffeine.
Now back to you.
He needs caffeine.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to Brian a second. While Nathan goes and gets a drink, yeah, I ignorantly done that. I didn't intend to. It was just annoying me that they keep arguing with Bacon over the same thing.
Yeah, but that'll continue until they see the fault. Until they see, the problem is when they learn the extra bits, then there won't be an argument. There won't be any need to argue at that point. I mean, but what Bacon is doing is Bacon is saying, I'm a flat earther now, from what I'm gathering. I haven't heard him, but saying I'm a flat earther now, but I don't understand how this part works. When what he's really doing is getting past all the flat earth evidence and talking about his globe.
Right, how it's not working on the globe. Exactly, how it's not working on the globe. It's not going to work on the globe.
No, he's talking about how do we plot these things so good on a globe. This is what he's trying to get to. This is the conversation he's trying to have. When it's just like, that is the final point. That's the final part. The final calculations is you plotting those things out on a globe. Whereas in reality, they're plotted on maps. But the final part is him plotting those things out on the globe. But ignoring how we got to that point. You know what I mean? That's a mathematical hijacking of the whole thing. It's an afterthought. An afterthought of the measurements and everything that you'll be making. But none of those measurements, none of those real world things have any connection to a globe surface. But yet, even when they bring the angles to the center of their globe, the angles are going to be intersecting the globe surface from a massive flat plane that's stationary. That's how they have to do it.
Right.
So no, do you know what I mean? It's like I've heard there seems to be a lot of ballers, and this is their thing these days, trying to pretend they're flat earthers and then asking stupid. It's not a new thing; they were doing it for a long time, but now they're doing it in big groups. You know, how does this work though? If I'm a flat earther, but how does this work? How did they get? All they're trying to do is try and reaffirm what they already believe. I couldn't care less, to be honest with you, about explaining it out to Bacon or whoever. I couldn't care less. I want to know the processes, but I feel no need to entertain someone who's obviously being dishonest, which he is. He's not a flat earther. So the fact that he's pretending to be is pure dishonesty.
Yeah, that's even more frustrating. You're right.
And he can be a glober if he wants, but don't pretend he's not. Don't pretend you're not one. Do you know what I mean? I'm more likely to interact with you if you're being honest. I don't care if you're a glober as long as you're not pretending that you're not. That means you're treating me like an idiot, number one, and we're starting from a faulty premise, number two. You know, so why should anyone want to entertain that? 1 second.
One. Yeah, it is a shame to hear that I'm still being called a scammer.
Sticking it.
Yeah,
It's
go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sad. I'm not sad. What you have to understand is you're gonna think that people who are your friends who fought and stood up for the same things you did are liars at the end of the day. It only takes consistency with the truth to remain authentic. It's not like it's one subject. Every strength FED brings to the people, these guys have a counter argument to it. Why don't you just freaking mind your business? Huh? You remember your mother? She ever told you you don't have anything nice to say, don't say it? Why don't you take your weak ass arguments up the street?
Yeah.
It's purely the whole purpose of Jeran doing these things is because we've pointed out their scams. They've called you a scammer, Nathan, because you make a point of purposely pointing out where they are literally lying to people or being or deceiving people in one way or the other. If they're not outright lying, they're deceiving people. They're giving the impression that it could be free energy possible when they have no evidence for it. Based off ether, with the ether, what's that? Do you know what I mean? It's like we like obviously they're going to point you out because it's your show and you're going to be making the biggest noise because you have your show. But collectively, all those who follow this show and are part of it point out simultaneously where these people are obviously being dishonest with the world and maybe being dishonest with themselves. But the point is, you're pointing out they are basically scams, right? And that's why everything you will come out with, everything you promote, Jeran will do his best. I'm sure David Weiss as well. Not so much with it, but Jeran and David Weiss will do their best to belittle it And that's all this is, an attempt to belittle something that is just an obvious fact that you're pointing out.
We was speaking to Bacon the other day. Humble H was in, and Humble, he was asking if Nathan said that you couldn't measure the distance between two celestial objects. Well, I'm sorry. You can't measure the angular. You can't take an angular measurement to two celestial bodies. I said, why not? Why not? And then he started talking about elevation angle. I was like, whoa, taking an angle between two things, not the same as an elevation angle. I mean, it is, but an elevation angle measurement is how high something is with respect to the ground being the baseline. You taking some angle measurement between like the moon and the sun, that's not the same thing. But you can do it. So ultimately, Humble is just like, okay, what I'm really trying to say is, because Bacon told Humble and me what Humble really meant, right? So he's talking about measuring the cold altitude. Okay, same old trick, we know, because, I mean, you can't get the cold altitude without the measurement in the first place. I don't understand that position of, well, you don't need a flat baseline because look, all you need is the cold altitude using your zenith and blah 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 blah. But bottom line, I think Humble H's hang up was the idea that the Haversine formula turned the incorrect measurements of a flat line into the correct measurement of a curved line because it represents the distance on a globe. Is what he thought.
Yeah, because
really?
And I'm almost done. So this is what he thought all this time. Now, Bacon says, no, that's not correct. I said, see, Humble, when it comes to circles of equal altitude and when it comes to elevation angles, the Haversine formula has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with the measurement. But Bacon tells you, and it's like, oh my God, did I just have an epiphany? Oh, an epiphany from words that Adam told you like 8 months ago? I don't know where he stands with that, but it'd be nice to have a conversation.
I don't trust that guy. Yeah, I don't trust him.
I mean, maybe it's that these guys just trust Bacon. I don't know, or whoever.
Eli, let me ask you a question. You deal with ballers all the time. How come they don't persuade you?
Well, I mean, because there's nothing to persuade. Like, I'm looking at the same information they're looking at. What is there to... The only thing they do is try to distract me from the information for whatever reason.
Exactly. So you're paying attention and they're not. End of story.
Let me give a simple example, right, that will validate what Eli just said, because it'll also incorporate what Eli said concerning Humble. They'll talk about the coaltitude, right, giving the impression that the coaltitude is just a zenith angle, which it is, right? But the zenith angle, right, is from naught at your zenith, 0 at the zenith, down to 90 at the horizontal. The elevation angle, right, is 0 at the horizontal up to 90 at the zenith. They're the exact same angle, just read in the opposite way. That's why they work together, because they're the same thing, just read the opposite. All you're doing is reading it the opposite. So what they're doing is they're taking 2 points in the sky. They're saying we're making the co-altitude here, and they're pre-assuming the co-altitude because they're trying to hijack the arc scale, right? The arc scale of the sextant. They're trying to claim that what's after happening is a measurement between these two, an arc measurement, which is the hijack of the celestial dome, which is all placing everything into orthographic view, when the measurement you're taking is specifically a perspective measurement, right? But they're trying to say then that's a big arc length in the sky between these 2 points. And if you bring that arc, if you take these 2 points and bring down their zeniths, they meet at a center point of a globe, right? Ignoring the fact that the zenith angle is from vertical to horizontal. Their elevation angle is from horizontal to vertical. They're literally, whereas that won't work with Eli. Eli will go, hang on a minute, what is it you're actually claiming? And he'll point it to horizontal. Where it seems like Humble H will just go, wow, you really are measuring an arc length. And that's the difference. Eli is not so stupid to accept what they said. He'll know, hang on, Eli will just go, hang on, I can feel dishonesty or someone's leaving out something here. If he didn't even know about it, he'd look at what is its zenith angle, and instantly he'd see there's a horizontal baseline. But Humble H won't do that. Humble H will be, he has measured this massive arc in the sky. That means that those 2 straight lines are actually meeting at the center of a globe. I'm on a globe. You know what I mean? It's like that's the difference. It comes down to intellect.
That's exactly where his mentality seems to be. Sorry.
And he said the other day, because Nathan was going to rip him one, but he won't talk to Nathan because he claims Nathan is breaking his own rules on his own show by talking to him. He started out by saying, at this moment, I am a flat earther. At this moment. You're joking me, right? This guy's so dishonest.
Yeah, that means
I snipped him out from his intro.
That means he thinks he could be wrong. And here's you got, man. Here's the thing, okay? Like these people, there's a whole history behind this kind of thinking. But you know what? Let me not even go so far back. Let me just go to modern times where people have rented out their brain and their thinking capabilities to people they think are smarter. People who will tell them that everything is subjective and there is no objective truth. There's no such thing. So when you say at this moment, I'm a flat earther, it's because you think you could be wrong about something that you should know to be true based on objective facts. I don't get it. I don't get why after someone like myself telling you that that's exactly what you've done, giving your brain over to someone else, I don't know why you wouldn't consider that and start thinking how we think over here at FED, because you got all these other a-holes across the street begging the question and affirming the consequent fallacies to build their own ether bullshit or whatever it is, or misunderstanding what scientific method actually is, and then trying to refute us with something that's actually not a valid hypothesis to invalidate the scientific method.
Break up at the end. We lost him. Yep.
what Eli is pointing out is that these people are willing to accept that a measurement is subjective.
Unless they're using it for their claim, then it's empirically proving what they want to claim it's proving. Right? Everything's good with using a flat Earth measurement if you're using it to say that Earth's proven to be a sphere. As soon as you say, well, you're using a flat Earth measurement to prove that Earth's a sphere, they go, the measurement's just conceptual. It's not real. It's not even of the Earth. It's not the ground.
Yeah, and Righteous pissed me off that day, too, because he got all over George, claiming that every time George comes in, there's chaos. But it's because of frustration, because 4 guys went through it with him.
I don't know how much of that y'all missed. Did y'all catch my rant?
Yeah, we got most of it.
We got 90% of it. You just went a bit crackly right at the end, but you basically made all of your points, Eli.
I said, Eli, I tried to sum it up, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but people are accepting that a measurement can be subjective because someone else is telling them that it can be.
Yeah, basically. I mean, yeah. I did kind of move into the scientific method and how, certain folks tried to delegitimize it by offering up illegitimate hypotheses as a counter to the supposed fact that the scientific method is BS. I mean, that's the biggest.
Come on, you can get there. Biggest what? Come on, you can do it.
Why would you? Say good.
Biggest what?
Hell.
Well,
Hell.
it's worse than a lie. You're convincing someone that something like a method for establishing something valuable is invaluable, but you're lying to them, or at least are incorrect. And then when
But hold on, by invaluable you mean worthless, right?
yes.
Yeah, I knew what you meant. I thought that's what you meant.
So I've had this conversation with Humble. Sorry, I wanted to post it, but what is it? Yeah, so I had this conversation for a long time with him, and he told me why Bacon is convincing him of that the angles are measured off, not a flat plane. And it has to do with the fact that when you raise your elevation, the angle doesn't change. So in his view, the rays coming from the star, once you're looking at them, if you have these rays coming in an angle behind you, and they go through the observer behind you on a flat plane, that would make the same angle. So they're saying that the important measurement is the vertical going up, because that would change the angle if the rays are coming in, making a straight line behind you. The vertical is the important measurement. As you go back, the vertical degree would change, changing the angle of that star ray that's coming towards you.
Yeah, the first problem there is he's pre-assuming parallel light rays. There is no light rays. There is no parallel light rays. He's trying to insert. Sorry, someone's off mute there. He's trying to insert heliocentric paradigm before he ever addresses reality. So it's an attempt to insert his belief prior to addressing reality. Then he's trying to use his belief to debunk reality. What he doesn't realize, but he is. That's what he's actually doing. What he doesn't realize is if I'm in a boat at 45 degrees north latitude, right, I'll have 45-degree angle to Polaris. If I'm in an airplane 6 miles above at the same exact latitude, I'll also have 45 degrees angle to Polaris. The reason that they say that I only have 45 degrees in the boat is because the other 45 degrees of me viewing Polaris is being blocked by Earth curve. So what's blocking what's getting in the way of me in the airplane then? It's a complete debunk of the globe.
Yeah, I love that one.
You tied it in, right? Because really, instead of addressing the phenomena or the method in hijacking
or trying to explain, how this works on the globe. The number one problem is they've taken their weakness, they've taken their loss and made it a positive. Oh, it can't be flat because when you rise up, no matter how high up you go, the altitude of the star is the same. So then how is it geometrically a globe? What do you mean that means it's not flat because you're worried about parallel rays? What?
Gotta be like.
He's right. He's pointing out how non sequitur their claim is and how, in actuality, it stands in opposition to their global belief. But regardless, it is non sequitur, isn't it, Eli? It's like, well, what does that do with it being flat or otherwise? Okay, you raise an altitude, they stay the same. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Hey guys, what Brian was on about, that picture he shows is the guy in the boat. He's presuming that he says the star light ray coming in when what it is, it's a line of sight to the luminary, so he's getting that wrong. And then he's not showing perspective with the guy on the boat and saying the angle's the same because he's drawing a picture on his computer of a side view to somebody viewing a star. So he's got it all wrong. I've seen his picture. I had discussions with him last night, and he's got everything totally wrong and upside down. And I pointed all that out to him. Sorry.
Yeah, I came in for a second, heard that, and left. But you were right on point.
Well, the thing is this: it all comes back to flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. Where does that globe come from? It comes from taking those angles, right, and the measurements that they make, giving us latitude, and then a length of longitude, and making two longitude lines meet at the south, right, underneath the north, and then they have a globe mathematically, right? But what Bacon and them are not either ignoring or don't understand is that if I'm at 45 degrees latitude on the globe, their claim is that the only reason that I can only see 45 degrees is because Earth curve is in the way of me viewing Polaris at 90, because I have supposedly gone south down over the arc of their globe surface, a convex surface. So if I'm in an airplane 6 miles above
miles per degree,
yes,
because the whole point of the claim is to say, well, you're traveling on the surface, and that is why you see the stars the way you do. Go ahead, Brian.
Exactly. So if I'm 6 miles above that point on a globe in an airplane, then there isn't going to be, there's no way I can get, even with parallel light rays, it's not going to give me 45 degrees. Because the reason that I have 45 degrees in the boat is because the other 45 degrees are blocked by Earth curve because I made a distance north to south. Right, 2,700 miles away from the GP of Polaris. Whereas if I'm 6 miles above in an airplane, how can I get 45 degrees?
I think I found an interesting way to say it. So you got.
I just want to say though that is brilliant. By the way, Brian.
You just want to say, give it a moment, all right, buddy? So, like, the crazy thing about it is they're saying 60 nautical miles per degree. So every day, right? Every day they say, yeah, that arc is the curve of the Earth. That's what it is. It's the curve of the Earth, the arc. I forgot exactly how I was going to say it. I fucked up. But if the arc is the curve of the Earth, then most assuredly, if that's what you're tying it to, you can't be above the Earth in elevation and have the same. You can't do that, man. You just can't do that.
Well, if you place yourself on the arc, not the flat baseline of a protractor, but on the arc of a protractor, and you move down that protractor from the very tip at the top, you move down halfway between the top and where the baseline would be of that protractor, then what's getting in your way is the amount of the protractor that you've just traversed over. So if you're 6 miles above that point, that same amount of protractor is not going to be in your way, so you can't get 45 degrees. So even if they try and throw in parallel light rays, it doesn't solve the problem for them. It doesn't explain or solve nothing. Not that there's any parallel light rays that don't exist anyway, but the point is it doesn't solve anything for them because they still won't get that 45 degrees. That's not going to change. I showed it. The airplane 6 miles above doesn't have their curve in the way, so it'll get a completely different. Because you have to remember, at that point, their celestial body is in a fixed position. It's an actual object within their paradigm. So they can't even use, they can't even use within their claim of parallel light rays, they can't even use the claim on their globe of infinite distance, because there isn't an infinite distance. They can't, it just doesn't work. Can't do it. Once you're 6 miles above the globe, then you're 6 miles above our curve. And whatever our curve is going to be in your way.
Thing is, Brian, the drawing we're talking about with Bacon and all that, they're not actually showing parallel light rays. They're showing divergent rays coming from the star, and they're saying that the light's coming into your eye. It's our line of sight to the luminary. They're actually putting divergent light rays, which is ironic.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, parallel light rays, it's such a joke, because if you look at all of the different stars and all the different parts of the sky, that means there's parallel light rays coming from all of them simultaneously, right? Hitting supposedly the surface of a globe that we're claiming to be standing on. Then how many different directions is that? Do you know what I mean? And how much light would there be? There's even a thing within their own paradigm, whereas there's this issue where where it should be totally bright all the time, considering what they're claiming. There should be no darkness at any point. There shouldn't be a nighttime, basically, within what they're claiming.
Yeah, it's a red herring that they're trying to bring up, because regardless which section you're using, you bring the celestial down to the horizontal plane. So there are no light rays.
Yeah, exactly. A good point, George. You're bringing it down. So, see, all you have to do at any point with celestial navigation and their opposition, go straight back to Polaris. That's the only one that you have to work with, Polaris. What's going on there? What is their claim concerning Polaris? What are they claiming concerning Polaris? And how are they going to, let's just start with just the elevation angle. How are they going to get their correct latitude when they're claiming that the horizon we're seeing is a consistently refracted position? How are you going to get your correct latitude on the surface of Earth? Because that's what a latitude is. It is a coordinates. How are you going to get that on the surface of Earth correctly with that horizon if it's a consistently refracted position that you're referencing? So how are you going to get a correct elevation angle off of a position that's not the surface of Earth, that's consistently a changing mirage? How are you going to get that? You're not. How are you going to get your correct latitude? You won't. Do we get our correct latitude using the visible sea horizon and Polaris? Yes. That's the end of that. You don't even have to go further than that, but when they want to go into parallel light rays and nonsense, just bring them to the 45-degree from Polaris. Point out, show them their own claim. Show them a diagram of their own globe and their own globe claim concerning Polaris and what 45 degrees would mean for latitude. That's all you have to do, and you'll see exactly. Then put it something 6 miles above that. You won't get. You know what? I'm giving out here. I might just do a video on it again and show what a 6 miles above would be. Yeah.
Isn't the horizon being affected by refraction something that isn't exclusive to the globe and something that earthers also acknowledge? So if you want to claim as something that would...
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
No, it is not. There is no refracted horizon. That's a heap of rubbish. There is no refraction of the horizon. That's purely a mathematical globe claim.
Well, there's no refraction. Number one, there's no refraction. And number two, even if there were, the horizon wouldn't be refracted. You don't know what refraction is, son.
Okay, but regardless, I don't know what is exactly the factor you claim that is causing that, or even if you make a claim, but we observe directly that the horizon moves, regardless of what do you want to call the cause
Horizon
of it.
moves.
So,
that's not due to
yes,
refraction.
exactly.
Let's get back to refraction.
The horizon is not the horizon is not a physical consequence of a geometric shape, though. That's the problem. Like on flat Earth, that's not. We don't have a geometric point that we have to establish other things based on. When you have a geometric point like on a globe, that helps you establish other truths.
I can
We
disagree
don't
with
have that type of claim, so we don't need to really address the question that you're asking because it's nonsense.
The horizon doesn't move vertically; it moves horizontally. So horizontally, it can be further from you or closer to you. It doesn't go up and down vertically into the observer. That never happens.
Well, I mean, Skunk Bay.
But there is no horizon in Skunk Bay.
Oh, that's true.
Yes, there's no horizon
I
in
have
Skunk Bay,
said
no.
that. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Just like I just want to let you guys know that Nat Geo video that I always use, that's not a horizon either. Don't say it's a horizon. Say there's no horizon in this video. Anyway.
So how can you have a horizon on a globe anyway? Look, I'm going to get into John Gendas.
You can't.
Hold on,
Not
let's
even
let
speaking.
Embo answer it. He's a bowler. You should answer that.
I think the horizon on the globe, it's how it's formed is pretty self-explanatory. It's not something that needs to be explained here, right? You are somewhere above the surface of the globe, so you will have this set of points at which you have the straight line of sight and you can look at them. But after some point, in order to look at this surface, your line of sight would have to get through the surface. So there is the point, which is the tangent, which is like the border of that.
Tangent.
And after that point...
Stop. Tangent. Define tangent.
The tangent is a line that has only one common point with a surface of a sphere or a circle.
That's begging the question fallacy. That's what you're trying to prove.
No,
you don't have any tangents.
That's a mathematical definition. I'm just appealing to the definition of what the word simply means.
Yeah,
so
I know.
If the tangent exists,
your paradigm behind it.
Yeah, if the tangent exists in reality in this context is a completely separate discussion. But what the tangent means, it can be simply backed up by the simple definition.
Yeah, it's a simple definition that train wrecks you. You're begging the question. Now, I didn't finish my proof. How do you have a horizon on a sphere when, according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from the horizon have a rate of change of slope of 0. But yet, the definition of curvature, according to the United States Naval Academy, is the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So, in reality, we see horizons everywhere. They have rate of change of slope of 0. However, if we lived on a globetard, then we'd have rate of change of slope of non-zero in every direction from a tangent from our feet. So how do you reconcile that paradox?
I don't find it really a paradox, because a slope, it isn't something that a line has ultimately. It is dependent on the coordinate system, because it's measured relative to the x-axis. So depending on where you place your x-axis, the same line, like space, I'm not talking about outer space, but just like 3D space, could have different slopes or have 0 slope.
No, not
in this
horizons.
case,
They don't have different slopes. No, negative. That's you'd fail third grade geometry.
Yeah, if you place your x-axis horizontally, which is how we usually do that, describing this kind of thing, then the horizon would, from definition, have 0 slope because the horizon is horizontal. But the rate of slope is a matter of convention, where you place the axis.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, you just described something that can't be circled. and convex.
So the horizon has no rate of change because the rate of change is described with respect to the horizon. Ergo, the horizon is an Earth curve.
The rate of change can be described using any relative to any arbitrary coordinate system.
What? We're not using a coordinate system. We're using the slope-intercept formula.
Yeah, rate of change of slope is in relation to a horizontal. Slope is determined from horizontal. It's an angle above and below horizontal. That's what slope is. You know, there's no point in trying to go into coordinate systems, which will also be using a horizontal baseline. If you want to go into three dimensions.
Can I ask a question that has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about right now?
No, because we're leading him somewhere. Right? Once this guy appreciates that the description of the rate of change is with respect to the horizontal, that's the horizon in this instance, if you're referencing something, because that's what we're debating, you realise that, right? Well, then if you have no rate of change, or the rate of change is described with respect to that horizontal, then you don't have Earth curve horizons. Furthermore, once you understand that concept, you can understand how the differential from eye level to surface level, that is horizontal, flat, gives you this impression that there's a point called Earth curve, a deviation from the horizontal, below surface level.
I wouldn't agree that what you described proves really anything, because it really proves itself. The proof of this statement is contained in the statement itself, because you said that the elevation is defined, the slope is defined in the relation to the horizontal, and the horizontal, the baseline for it is the horizon. So logically, the horizon will have no slope, because you've referenced your coordinate system, your baseline, to the horizon in the first place. So you've simply
Stop a second,
proved...
stop. So when you got to that point last time, QE said, welcome to flat Earth. I'm just going to do the same thing. Welcome to flat Earth. So no Earth curve then. It's just straight, no deviation from the horizontal. That's what we're referencing, right? For the horizon.
But the horizon is only a one point on the surface, or a circle. It doesn't contain the entire surface.
Incorrect. The horizon is not a point. I need citation. Horizon as a point.
And
right
also,
now.
is it when you said it was a point? Were you going to say in respect to surface level?
No, it would be a point if you like drawn the Earth from the side view.
I'm sorry. Stop a second. You said no, so you're denying that the horizon is the point where surface level meets the sky. Then?
No, I'm not.
But you just said no. So it is where surface level meets the sky. No deviation from that level, because that's what the level deviation of curvature would be described from. So we'll be describing it with respect to surface level. Second time's a charm. Last time you said no. I think the word you're looking for is yes. The word you're looking for is yes.
Yes.
Yes. Welcome to flat Earth. That's right. Earth's flat. The horizon doesn't represent a point deviating from a horizontal, because you're going to describe it with the horizontal of the horizon itself with respect to a surface level. That's a flat Earth.
But again, yes, if you also acknowledge this definition that the horizon is that apparent point where the ground will meet the sky.
It is.
It
is.
Yes.
Yes. Welcome to yes. Welcome to flat Earth. Earth is flat.
Apparent position.
But my point is something different. My point is that because of this definition, that the horizon would be only in that one point on the surface.
Not a point.
Which is the furthest
it's not
point
a point.
You can see.
It's not a point.
So why previously were you arguing that it is?
You are, because you need horizontals to meet a point below a dangling berry of an Earth below a surface level that isn't your globe. That's why. You need the horizon, that's the representation of horizontal, to be a point with a globe dangling below it. It isn't. Welcome to flat Earth. It's with respect to surface level, not your globe.
It would be a point if you draw the Earth as a circle.
Just try that again, the Dumbo that doesn't want to listen. The horizon's not a point. You want to get that through your thick skull before you say it a third time and a fourth time? No, it's not.
Yeah, in reality, the horizon isn't the point.
Well, stop saying it is then, Dumbo.
Again, I'm making a kind of simplification.
But you keep saying the horizon's a point, and you're wrong. You've just conceded how wrong you were 3 times. Do you want to apologise for wasting our time 3 times? Because you were wrong, and you've just admitted that. Just say, I'm sorry, yeah, you're right. It's not a point, as I keep saying. Irritating. Look, mate, Earth's measured flat, and we're talking about the point where surface level appears to meet the sky. That's surface level. It's right there in your Earth curve maths to derive your fantasy point below surface level. You need level to be level to derive the derivation from the surface level. And that's what you'll be doing when you describe your Earth curve. It just isn't the horizon.
Can I ask him a question? What is the maximum width of the horizon? How wide can the horizon be?
Technically, it would be just the circumference of the Earth, because that's the half of a sphere is a maximum area of a sphere you can see.
That would be a circle. The horizon's not a circle. The horizon
How is it not a circle?
Horizontal. So what is the maximum width of the horizon? What is the max amount of in width that a horizon can be?
Again, if you're getting higher above the surface of the sphere, this circumference of the horizon would be approaching...
Stop. You don't describe... Stop. You don't describe elevation with respect to C curve, do you? Said your height with respect to the... You said your height with respect to the globe Earth. No, elevations are described from sea level, aren't they? Not sea curve. You don't describe your height off a curved surface and a globe Earth. You inferred that you do. I'm correcting you. We just need to get past this quickly, son. It's height above flat Earth, isn't it?
In geodesy, which is surveying, but at scale...
So I'm looking for a yes. Sorry, your height isn't off a globe, as you just said it is. This is the second time I'm having to point this out. You're a zealot, yeah? You're refusing conceding the fact that it's measured from sea level. That's elevation. You just appealed to height. That's elevation. That's with respect to sea level. You said your height off a globe Earth. No, you don't get height off globe level. There is no thing as globe level to get height from. Third time. We just need to get past this quick, zealot. You need to say yes. Not tell me about bloody geodesy. You need to say, yeah, it's height above sea level, because it is. Hello? Can I just get a yes?
The reason why I can't concede...
Didn't ask for a reason for anything. You said height above the globe. Now I've stopped proceedings and I'm having to repeat it for a 4th friggin' time. You don't describe height from globe level. There's no such beast 5th time. You're really starting to piss me off. Just say yes. I understand my inaccuracy in describing elevation from a globe when it's in fact described from sea level. That's a flat Earth. Just say yes.
Yes, the elevation...
Yes! So shut your mouth, dumb globe believing I need a flat Earth to make my elevation. So you're going to be using a flat Earth to give your elevation, are you? Au contraire. Now you can back your bullshit. You said height above globe level. You don't have that, do you? That would be a no! You just need to keep with the programme, you lying bullshitting glurf. When you said height above globe level, you didn't have that. That was a lie. Or were you just ignorant? Was it a lie, or are you just ignorant of height above globe level not being a thing?
What you said wasn't either a lie or a truth. It was a half-truth.
It's not half-truth. It's inaccurate. 100% wrong. Either your 100% inaccurate statement that we've got a height above a globe level. No, mate, we describe our height off a flat Earth. That you need to move your half-truth? Yeah, the half-truth bit, the wrong lie bit is about a globe. Now, either you're ignorant when you said height above globe level, or you're a liar. Which is it? Because you said height above globe level. You've already conceded that's wrong. You understand now because you've affirmed height above sea level. Yes, end quote you. So was it a lie when you inserted this bullshit about height above globe level? No, you'll take your height of a flat earth, mate. Let's get that clear.
The true part in the sea level is the word itself, which is
level, not height above a globe, height above a level. Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth, globe-believing zealot. You need a flat Earth to move your claim forward. Because when you assert altitudes in your glurf zealot belief, you'll actually, not your lie about height above a globe, your height above sea level. The clue's in the title, you say, yeah. It proves a flat Earth that you'll be using to move your claim forward. It's actually the starting point, because the first thing you'll do is describe a height off a flat Earth. Won't you? It's your starting point.
No, I wouldn't, because the sea
So why did you say with a lie that you're taking height off globe level? That wasn't your starting point. You mean your lie about it being off globe level wasn't your starting point? Yeah, it wasn't a starting point from a globe level as you started with previously. I pointed that lying shit out to you. Now I'm pointing out that your starting point in actual fact is off a flat Earth, isn't it, son? That's a yes that you're looking for. A yes. Your claim started with an altitude, didn't it? Yes! You need to affirm that which you just claimed off globe level, liar. Your starting point was an altitude, wasn't it, Glurf?
I don't have to use any...
Yes, is the word you're looking for, globe-believing zealot. My claim to be lying Glurf claim started with a height above a globe. It wasn't a height above globe level, though, wasn't it, lying Glurf? Your claim started with a height above a flat Earth. Didn't it?
Sea level already means a curved surface, so...
No, sea level doesn't mean curved. Sea level means level. Level means having no part higher or lower than another. Are you delusional or retarded? Level means level. Doesn't mean curving. To describe a curve, we've already gone through this with you, idiot. To describe a deviation from horizontal, that's level. Requires level be level. You can't describe a deviation from a level by saying level isn't level. What kind of idiot are you? Is that your last chance saloon? I'll suggest that the level I describe my deviation from isn't in fact the level to describe it from. You pathetic moron. Meanwhile, you're a lying Glurf who described an elevation. That was your starting point, wasn't it? Fifth time. Yes.
But the height above...
Sea level, a flat Earth. Your claim starts with a height above flat Earth. You guys start your claims with a flat Earth prerequisite. You lied and said it was a height above globe. No, we don't have a height above globe level. Your claim starts with a flat Earth prerequisite, my friend. You measure Earth flat for this height. Don't you? Zealot that can't ever say yes to that question.
I'm not going to answer yes to a question that's a lie.
What, that you measure your heights above sea level? Is that a lie?
No,
no, so it's a fact that we'll measure our heights off a flat Earth. It's not a lie. The last zealot who came here also claimed I was lying. Your claim started with an elevation. You, zealot lying Glurf, declared that it was a height above globe level. You don't have a height above globe level. That's nonsense. You do. It's not a lie. How dare you accuse me of lying when your own bloody claim comes with a height above a flat Earth? You projected the lie that you told. You said it was above a globe, and there is no such measurement, you lying scumbag Glurf, who projects your own lies and zealotry onto me. I haven't lied about your height above sea level, mate. It's just you need a little bit of flat Earth to start your claim off there, don't you?
The lie is hidden in the definition of...
You need a flat Earth to start your claim off, don't you, zealot?
No, I don't, because sea
So why are you taking a height off sea level and lying about it being a height off globe level? There isn't a height off globe level as you lied about. You started off with a height. That's off sea level. Why would you do that?
Because the sea level doesn't imply a plane.
Sorry, sea level doesn't... Go ahead.
No, I was just going to point out that level is no point higher or lower than another. What you're claiming is equal distance from a center point. That's not level. That's equal distance from a center point. So when you use the term sea level, you're speaking about no point higher or lower than another. That's horizontal. You're describing.
It's also included in the...
You can't use that with a globe. Go on, Nathan.
Well, it's also included in their assertion that we have Earth curvature, because they've got a surface level in Earth curve maths and an eye level in Earth curve maths that are both parallel. Well, if they're moving to the centre of a sphere Earth, as this guy says, level isn't level, it's curving. No, Dumbo. In your own bloody Earth curve maths, you've got a parallel eye level and surface level in those maths. They're not moving around the centre of anything. And to describe the curve in those maths, you need level to be level. You're a lying glurf. That's a fact. Level is level. You said otherwise because you're stupid.
Where exactly is the math implying that relationship? That these two...
I just told you in Earth curve maths.
Where exactly?
In Earth curve maths, it's surface level and eye level, exactly as I just detailed. Are you deaf or stupid?
Go to Metabunk, you see it.
No.
It's there in diagram form, everything you need.
Yeah, Earth curve.
No, I simply don't believe random people based on basis assertions.
Sorry, mate. Level is level. It's required for your maths to function. You can't describe a deviation from something that has no part higher or lower than another if parts of it have other parts lower because they're curving around a globe. Like you said. That's wrong. And fundamentally incorrect, because if it was true, your description in your Earth curve maths wouldn't have a surface level to describe a deviation from. Do you understand? Level is level. Sea level.
It's in the main chat.
Sea level is what you start your claim with. I've put this to you 6 times. So far, you've told me I'm a liar when I've put that to you, and then you tell me that sea level, isn't level. No, you're a moron. Level is level. It's right there in your own bloody maths. Now, we're not going to detail you and your incomprehensible failings to go to your own bloody maths and see it for your own eyes. No, we're not going to do that. We'll point out that I am not a liar when your globe claim starts with a measurement off a flat Earth from sea level. That's not a level that's curving, as you have rebutted with so far. That's wrong and moronic. I hope you understand that I'm seeking an affirmation that you understand that your claim, 7th time, starts with a measurement off a flat Earth. That's sea level, not sea bend.
No, that's false.
So you're saying it's false that your measurement starts with a measurement from sea level?
No, that's not false.
Yeah, I know, it's correct. You start with a measurement from a flat Earth. That's sea level. That's correct. You just can't quite wrap your head around it. The fact that an affirmation is required when you lied about taking a height from a globe when there's no such beast. There's only heights off a flat Earth, and your claim starts with them. It's not a lie. It's not a half-truth. It's a fact. Sea level is what you get your height from. That's where your claim started. 8th attempt. Zealotry.
25 minutes past the hour.
This is what we
I
call
posted the-
zealotry.
I posted for him the Earth curve calculator if he wants to have a look.
Yo,
25 minutes
Dumbo,
past the hour.
you can see it in the chat. One of the mods has dug it out for you because he's too stupid to type it into Google yourself, or having looked at your own bloody maths that you're here trying to defend. Yeah, one of the Flat Earth moderators has had to give that to you, stupid idiot. Meanwhile, you can see surface level in it. It's not moving around a sphere because level's level. You said otherwise, you dumb idiot. Now I'm telling you, you measure a flat Earth. I'm not asking anything, I'm telling you that. Because it's a fact that you can't seem to concede in 9 attempts. I'm not going to do it 10 times. I'm just going to tell you and everybody listening. Fact. We measure Earth flat. That's where all claims begin. There is no exception. This man is not exceptional. His claim started with a lie about getting heights off a globe. You don't. You get him off a flat earth. That's a fact that he cannot concede, and I'm sick of his zealotry. I don't need a concession from him. It's a fact.
In respect to refracted, there is no up and down on a globe, only in and out.
Yeah, heights in the up, perpendicular to horizontal, are off a flat earth. Of course they are. The heights above sea level. This guy knows it. He just can't quite admit that he's measuring a flat earth because he wanted to lie about it and say his height came from a globe level.
Well, for the sake of the show, because the show must go on. I mean, do we at this point salvage the rest of the time of the day to potentially talk about something else? Because what I wanted to bring up was the fact that unfortunately he regressed us to defining sea level and the horizon. Instead of contributing to the conversation that we were having before this. So it was sort of like a red herring away, because obviously we were talking about the ground and Polaris and your distance to it and the angle that you and being at 45 degrees. So when he brought it up, the thing that I wanted to ask was how it was even relevant to any of that. Because he came in and asked this question like it was relevant to what we were talking about. But now here we are talking about something completely different.
Because he's a zealot.
He had a flat earth evidence that he wanted to package up in a globe proofsy and present it to us.
I wouldn't say that. It was more so we were talking about elevation angles and Polaris and this, that, and the third. And based off of what he heard, he latched on to Horizon in there somewhere and asked a question about it. I think the appropriate response would have been, what's that got to do with what we're trying to point out to you right now? And do you understand what we're saying? Because all we did was regress back to this, like the conversation we just had with him it's like the most standard beginning fundamental part of the conversation that I just like, why do we have to keep going back to, oh my God, I can't believe you guys don't know what sea level is yet?
Well, let's start there, because once you undermine the fundamentals, it's over. Why go on from that if you don't have the fundamental base? Go back to the fundamental base, right? Why go begging the question fallacy 10 years down the line with elevation angles? He doesn't know what a triangle is, obviously. Why do we want to go down there? We could just kill it right here with sea level and horizon. Where I stand.
I hate that. You're right. I hate that you could. I mean, where does he get off saying you're wrong? What is that? Are you 5?
He's a zealot.
Yeah, I did cover that zealotry. In the face of him using surface level at sea level to give him an elevation, he claimed I was a liar. In the face of that.
That's because he doesn't understand that what he's claiming is an equal distance from a center point, as opposed to no point higher or lower than the other. He's claiming a height above a single point basically he's claiming height above a single point, but he doesn't understand that level means no point higher or lower than the other. That means you can't have 2 points on a globe that are equal distance from a center point and they not be different in elevation to each other, because elevation is determined above a horizontal level.
Can you mute?
Oh, sorry, that's me.
Yeah, they want from the center of a sphere to be level, and it isn't.
Whoa, no. From their alma mater wiki, elevation is not to be confused with the distance from the center of the Earth. From National Geographic. However, elevation is measured from sea level, not the center of the Earth. Encyclopedia of World Geography. Elevation can be defined as the measure of height above mean sea level. No, he's got nothing. He's done. It's over.
Dude, your last rebuttal was to say that level isn't level and it moves around a sphere. Whereas the very specific definition when defining what an elevation is quite specific in saying it's not distance from the centre of a sphere Earth. So why would you lie and tell us that level isn't level and it's actually moving around a sphere Earth? It isn't. Sea level's level. Part of the definition just read out to you specifically detailed that it isn't comporting to a sphere. Part of the definition. National Geographic. No? Nothing? You're just a liar, right? I'll just call you a liar then. Just lied about level not being level. Gave us some bullshit description of it moving around a sphere Earth, you imagine, that you can't then define mathematically because you haven't got anything to define the deviation from. So you're just a lying glurf, right? Am I correct? Yep, that's what we deal with. Lying glurfs that accuse me of lying because I say no. I'll correct your height above sea curve and raise you a sea level that you're actually using. No, you liar! You peddle half-truth, you liar. That's what we got. Unbelievable. Outrageous. Total scumbaggery.
Yeah, the level is no point further than the center point. The 2 points that aren't further from that aren't further than each other from a center point.
It sounds like you're broadcasting from.
Sorry, can you not interrupt our global correspondent from Iraq? Go ahead, Brian.
This might be better, but up the windows of the car. Yeah. Level is not an equal distance from a center point for 2 different points. It's 2 points neither higher or lower than the other. That means that those points have to make a horizontal. That's what level is. An auto level, does that make a curve? No. Does a spirit level make a curve? No. Why not? Because they're creating a situation where no point is higher or lower than the other.
That's a definition of level.
Do you know what I was saying the other day, Nathan?
If you're referencing the Earth and you're taking an elevation angle all along that baseline, you don't have any part higher or lower than the other.
Yes.
What's so hard about Jesus Christ?
Not hard, right, Eli?
Yeah, one day.
I was just saying that when we was talking about Weiss the other day, that's all they have to do. Sea level kills them. Every time you get them talking about sea level, they're eventually going to say level is curved. Yeah? And then they start talking about level, but sea level is the surface of Earth. So we keep it to sea level, and they're just broken in 5 minutes. That's all it takes, sea level. That's all you need.
Well, like Nathan pointed out, if level is curved, then you can't attain your measurements of Earth being a globe. You'd have no deviation.
Yeah, exactly. Eye level would have to be a curved line. Eye level is not a curved line. In their maths, eye level is a straight line.
Yeah,
that's how they write their maths.
What really kills them is their maths is a derivation of eye level and surface level when parallel. So it's like it's a double whammy, isn't it? It's not just eye level is straight and level and has no deviation, has no part higher or lower than the other. It also has surface level that runs parallel with it. For you to do these maths, that has to be the case.
Come on, Ambo. Your chat's skunking. Can you read your definition of level to us?
Yes. A surface which is everywhere perpendicular to the direction of gravity.
So perpendicular to down, yeah?
So down. So perpendicular to... Hold on.
He did, yeah.
Hold on. Gravity is down, right?
No.
Yes.
So perpendicular to down would be horizontal.
In one place, yes.
Right, let this guy stutter. Sorry, perpendicular to down would be horizontal. Yes? See if we can do this 9 times 2.
Oh, yes.
So welcome to flat Earth. So level is horizontal then?
No.
Yeah, gravity is down and your description says it's perpendicular to it, correct?
Yes.
Yes, so that's horizontal. Perpendicular to down. Vertical.
No, because
yes.
your argument...
What do you mean no? Is it down?
I mean,
yes,
no,
it is.
Because
is it perpendicular to down? Yes, it is.
Assumption that the
why are you
directions of
yammering
gravity
through
are
me?
parallel.
Why are you yammering through me? You agreed. It is
Because you
perpendicular to...
me.
Why are you yammering through the top of me, Fundy Zealot? You said yes. It is perpendicular to what you say is gravity. Is gravity down? Yes, says you. So it's perpendicular to down. So perpendicular to vertical is horizontal. You affirm. Yes. Welcome to flat Earth. So it's perpendicular to horizontal then? So level is level, horizontal? No, you say. Very irritating, Zealot. Very irritating.
Because the assumption that down is parallel, which is required for your argument, doesn't derive from the definition. You'd have to additionally prove it.
It's in your maths. You've had it shared with you. It's in your maths. Eye level and surface level are parallel in Earth curve maths. Hello? Hello? It was
Yes,
posted to you less than 4 minutes ago.
Yes, but according to the...
Sorry, not yes, but. Eye level and surface level run parallel. What do I get as a response? Yeah, but. No, mate. It's level and not curving around a bleeding globe. Otherwise, you couldn't have anything parallel with it. Parallel? Yeah, that doesn't work with your stupid definition. You can't have parallel to something that moves around a curve. Are you idiotic? It's right there in your stupid globe Earth maths. Do you see it? Eye level, surface level, parallel.
Yes, reposted.
But according to the...
But I've sent it to him before about the Earth curve calculator. It's there. He just posted now. He has it. Do you see surface level and eye level? They are both parallel to one another.
Yes, but from this diagram,
so
the
Dumbo,
surface
you
level
see it now, do you,
clearly
Dumbo?
isn't the
So now you
same
can
as the
shut your
surface
mouth.
itself.
Now shut up. Yeah, so you see that they're not curving around a bleeding globe now, do you, Dumbo? The level, those levels are level, aren't they? That's a yes I'm looking for quickly. Yes. Let's hear it. Those levels are level, having no part higher or lower than other, surface level, and level, eye level, having no part higher or lower than another, and parallel with the surface level in that maths. Do you see that, Zealot? Looking for a yes, quickly so.
Yes.
Right, welcome to Flat Earth. So your stupid definition of describing it with gravity that points down, perpendicular to horizontal, doesn't in any way change that level is level. Flat. For sea level and your elevations. I have actually ended up doing it a 10th time, haven't I? So level's level. Like in your maths. You said it wasn't. Because of your definition. That included gravity. That didn't change anything. Because that's down, perpendicular to horizontal. Are we all clear? Earth is measured flat for your examples. Are we clear? Dumbo,
No,
just say yes.
We are not.
Why?
No, I'm not going to say yes.
No, because you're a zealot. You can't concede the facts in your own bleeding claim now. This is your claim, by the way. It's the start of your claim. It just started off with you describing something that doesn't exist from globe level, didn't it? No, I deny my own claim now. No.
According to this diagram...
According to your claim, you had a height. It was of a globe level. Are you going to deny that? No?
The
deny your own
surface
claim.
level is not the same thing as just level. Just level...
Sorry, surface level's not the same as level. Level isn't level. Yeah, we got that, you stupid clown! We got
No,
that
it's
bit.
simply that one word has different definitions.
No, it doesn't have different definitions. It's in your Earth curve maths as being level. Your definition of saying it's perpendicular to gravity doesn't change anything. Are we clear?
That's what I was gonna say. Can he concede to the fact that he's trying to say that we're assuming that levels are parallel when, like Nathan's pointing out to you, no, like just in the diagram, even with the globe in mind, like it's still, it's not us just saying it. You can't just say, well, yeah, but that's because you guys make the assumption that they're parallel. It's in your bloody math, like Nathan said. Can you concede that?
He wants to deny it. His own claim of measuring heights. He can't even concede that. He wants to deny, that's what they do. They tie themselves in knots denying the very stuff they're claiming. We're still on the very first point of his claim that I interrupted on when he described a height off globe level. Now we're into level isn't level. Why? Because you haven't got a height above a globe. You need a flat Earth to move forward. Yeah, we know. And no amount of wriggling and weaseling is going to change what level is. Ever. And if you try to, we'll take you to your own stupid maths and show you how level is. Level. With having no part higher or lower than the other in your own stupid maths. But what, you want to tell us that globe Earth maths is wrong now? Because what level should be curving around the sphere to define how much it deviates from level? No, that violates your own stupid maths. But you won't concede that. Maybe you'll want to call me a liar again, bloody outrageous wanker. How dare you call me a liar? I've not lied about a damn thing. We're talking about your example that uses a height above a flat Earth. You cannot concede it because you're pathetic and a zealot.
Well, I don't think he understands geometry because he brought up a definition that used the word gravity. Gravity is not a geometric term. It has no reference in any way to anything geometric. And gravity is not a direction. There is no direction. Now, I know Nathan used that but against you, but you obviously don't understand those basic things.
Thank you. It's about time somebody
You're going to
interrupted.
do flat Earth for that gravity. You're going to do
Did somebody show gravity? Did somebody show gravity and down as being the same?
No.
And
it's
down,
an up and present.
and down. So if we dig down, will gravity be there?
No.
And down compared to what?
Compared to up.
How do I draw gravity orthographically?
Yeah, up and down is in relationship to a horizontal plane.
Okay, before we get into the weeds of gravity, which is absolutely fine and we can do this, I want to conclude. Like every single claim that's going to go past our threshold from here on forth, they will start their claim by measuring a flat Earth, just like that guy did and the guy before.
You done? Do you want to go to gravity or we just want to let that one go?
That's up to you. As long as I get my conclusion that I'm labouring this point through 2024 and every time it actually happens, I really want to labour it. He uses a flat Earth to start his claim, doesn't he?
Yep, has to.
Can't admit that. It's very painful and wants to call me a liar when it's put to him. From his own claim, he wants to claim I'm a liar about something. And that he's using half-truths? Why would you need half-truths? I mean, he's admitting to being half-liar. No, scumbag. You claimed I was a liar. What an outrage. Anyway, I've summarised. You needed a flat Earth for your heights above surface level.
It's because he's under a spell by the highest mages of the highest order. So when they hear one word and see it congruent with some part of reality, they're like, yeah, but...
Eli, you're right. He's under a spell because he said half-truth. When you swear in the Bible, they say, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Oh, brother. There are no half-truths. You can't be half pregnant unless you're making two completely different statements where one statement is true and the other one's a complete lie. So it's a mind-numbing idiocy. Like down and gravity are the same. That's inane. You know, they're not synonymous. It's not in the definition of either. Gravity is a concept, right? Now, is he still here? Which gravity is he talking about?
Do you know what gravity was in your citation?
He didn't have a citation.
It means gravity caused by the Earth. Things
Gravity
dropping
caused
down
by
at
the
9
Earth.
point. Yes, things
Sorry to
dropping
interrupt you.
towards
That
the
was
Earth at 9.81 meters per second.
Yeah, that's that. Now, listen to the question. Which gravity are you talking about? They have titles.
There are no different gravities. There's just the phenomenon of gravity.
So,
Oh, really?
Stop a second, QE.
From NASA.
Stop a second.
There are two versions of gravity.
Sorry, QE, to interrupt. When someone puts a question like that to you, my friend, is it your assumption that they've just got this wild inaccuracy, that they'd be so crazy as to ask you which type of unicorn, for you to turn around and go, well, there aren't any types because there aren't. No, there's a very deliberate reason that you've been asked that question.
No, he just lied. He knows that. He knows. He lied.
No, he didn't lie. He didn't lie. No, he train wrecked.
He doesn't know. No, he doesn't know. He doesn't know what he doesn't know. So, based on the fact he doesn't know what he doesn't know, basically Dunning-Kruger, he's telling QE there isn't different types. Stupid idiot. Yeah, there is. You stupid moron. You stupid clown moron. Don't tell us what there isn't when being asked which type you're referring to. Yeah, don't tell us anything. It's a bleeding outrage. How dare you? Have some respect. You don't know is the answer. Not, there aren't different types. How the hell would you know? Have some respect. Say I don't know. Be a man.
Only reason I'm saying he's lying is because I specifically, along with probably all of 24/7, have asked him which type, Newtonian or Einsteinian. He's lying. Anyway.
Well, he compromised himself. Once he said there aren't different types, then it's over. He's compromised already. From NASA, there are two versions of gravity, Newton and Einstein. You're debunked. Next topic.
I want to know, why are you here? I'm really furious with you. Why are you here telling us anything? You stupid little man.
Well, technically I could ask you the same exact question, but the answer in this case would be obvious.
Should I repeat the question then, so I get a bleeding answer? Why do you feel you're in any position whatsoever to tell us anything?
Because you're a flat earther.
Because what?
Oh, he's a
Because
bigot.
you believe the earth is flat.
Right, me believe. Sorry, that's not an answer to my question. What I believe isn't a motivation for you to do something. That's stupid. Right, I'll ask a third time. Why in unholy hell do you feel you have some privilege to tell us anything about anything? You're demonstrably stupid. Don't tell us anything. I'm not asking again. Don't tell us anything. How dare you? You're the most ignorant person here. You feel you've got the right to tell Quantum Eraser there are different types of gravity. You haven't got the slightest idea what this subject has to offer. You haven't done any research in it. You're stupid. But you think you've got the right to tell us stuff. You haven't. I'm making that clear. Don't do this again. Yeah? Ignorant little prick. Earth's measured
Eli's
flat,
right,
and
he's a
you
bigot.
will measure it flat. Like everybody. Yeah? Doesn't mean you've got some privilege because you've got a globe Earth faith to come here to start telling us what's what based on your Dunning-Kruger belief that you know stuff. You don't. You're about as ignorant as they come, but you've got the gall and arrogance to start telling us what's what. And it annoys me greatly. And I'm going to let you know how annoying it is based on your demonstrable ignorance you've shown here today. Because that's all you've done. I mean, no doubt that in the back of your mind you still think you've got an entitlement to talk. You haven't. You're stupid. And I want you to know that fact.
Thing is, Nathan, all he's spoke about is flat Earth proof and evidence. He's actually the flat earther, and he's doing a great job of it.
This is very entertaining. I'd like him to carry on talking, please. Please don't stop him.
No, he's a bigot. He said because we're flat earthers. That tells you it right there.
He's proved flat Earth about 4 times for us.
It's two things people don't care about today: being enslaved and being bigots, because they don't realize that being racist comes from being a bigot first, and being like it. I don't know how you can say something, you can also define it, you can also give an example, and someone will still choose to slap you in the face. But then again, why are we talking to them?
Yeah, I choose not to talk to bigots. Once you demonstrate that you're a bigot, I'm out.
I have a show, Eli, called.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, that's you.
There's that.
I was going to say Nathan has a show.
Yeah, for the show, it's great.
I know we could probably move past him because it's been a belly laugher. Thanks, by the way. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to Flat Earth. It was fun feigning outrage.
Yeah, he at a fundamental level, you're a moron. So we can move on because during yesterday's Ball Busters, right? I was in the wrong chat, and while you guys were talking, I'm looking at chat. I'm sitting there. What the hell is going on here? And I see Jesse Path of Light, who's in here right now. He was stretching out his scientific legs. So, Jesse Path of Light, can you please tell us what a hypothesis is?
It's the long side of a triangle made of 3 curves.
I like you.
Fair enough. Yeah, I like where your mind's at. Was that you, Jesse?
Yeah, it was.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a good one, man. Okay, +1 for you. Do you actually want to get to it? I mean, how about this? How do we conduct? Let's say you're a scientist, right? And what's the first thing that you're looking for? No pun intended.
Sorry, I'm eating my breakfast. Give me a sec.
All right.
A scientific hypothesis is a tentative, testable explanation for a phenomena in the natural world. It's the initial building block in the scientific method. Many describe it as an educated guess based on the prior knowledge and observation. While this is true, a hypothesis is more informed than a guess. LiveSciences.com.
Live science is full of shit. It's not a testable explanation. It's a predictional supposition. So that's incorrect. So back to my question. You're a scientist. What is the first thing that you're looking for? I mean, you're trying to do science. What's the first step?
Well, I would say it starts. I would say it
Everyone else
starts.
shut up. You're not Jesse talking.
I'm sorry, what?
I was shutting everyone else up. Actually, you were fine. Sorry for me interrupting. Also,
I think for me, the first step is an observation of something that.
No, not for you. What is the
You want me
first
to
step
define it
in
for
the scientific
you?
method, Jesse? Not for you.
For
What's
who?
the first
You?
step? Oh my God, dude.
Jesse, is it a method or not? Because if it's a method, he's asking you what's the first step in the method. If it's a method, everyone has the same first step. For God's sake.
Okay, so in this realm, the first step is to find something you want to believe in that's kind of counterculture, and then go Googling and try to find YouTube videos that agree with you, and then watch them all over and over, and then.
All right, you're a comedian. You can't listen. You already made the first hypotenuse, right? That was really funny. You then can't try it again, which you should have done after you said it's a hypotenuse. You just left. You know, like George Costanza. It's not going to get any better than that. So, what is
Are you saying my career is on a downhill slope, or is it on a downhill curve?
This is really good. This is nice diversion. We like it. However, we're going to get back to that question. What's the first step in the scientific method, Jesse?
Well, by whose standards? Yours or mine? You and I do science differently, Nathan. There's no doubt about that. You and I have different standards and definitions for the scientific method. So you want me to tell you about mine or yours or what's published?
Are you high? And I'm not Nathan.
You've got QE.
Oh, you're lighting up as Nathan.
Yeah.
Who is that? Oh, is that you, QE?
Yes.
Oh, hey, QE.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, what you just said was nonsensical bullshittery. So what is the first step in the scientific method?
Well, I think most published sources would say to have a hypothesis, right? But where do you get the hypothesis from if you don't first have some form of observation? Do you just wake up one morning and
He's
you've never
leading you
seen
down
it?
the guy. He's toying with you, QE. He does know.
But no, answer the question. Do you just wake up one morning and you suddenly have a hypothesis about something you have
According to
no
you,
knowledge,
yes.
no observation about?
According to you,
You
yes.
know.
You just said the first step was hypothesis. That's why I said,
Well,
So
no,
thank you
earlier
for
I started to say
explaining
for me, the first step really would be an observation. And then from there, I would say, I wonder if what I'm observing is
closer.
something that can be formed into a hypothesis. And then I form a hypothesis, and then I test it with the scientific method, right?
You're
Wrong.
close. You're so
You said
close.
something that you observe. That's incorrect. It has to be a natural phenomenon.
Not your face in the mirror.
Well, to me,
I wake up.
and
I wake
most of the
up.
world,
Oh, brother.
the
I
word
wake up,
natural
Jesse.
just means
Jesse,
world-
relax, Jesse. I wake up, I look outside, I'm a scientist, and I see a tree. What's the hypothesis, Jesse?
keep going. I'm eating another bite. I'm eating breakfast here.
Yeah, I figured this is so painful. I mean, it's trying to get the tangent, no tangent, trying to discuss trig with a 3-month-old. That's what this is. You said observation. You observed something. That's incorrect. So fundamentally, you would fail 5th grade intro to science.
You know trig better than a 3-year-old a little bit.
Oh my God, Nathan, I don't have time for this. You would fail 5th grade intro to general science, Jesse. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Jesse, yesterday you were telling me seeing hot pockets in a freezer was a naturally observed phenomenon, remember? Jesse, remember?
Hold on, I'm eating. That's not exactly what I said. I said if you had a hypothesis that the freezer made Hot Pockets stay fresh longer, and you put 10 Hot Pockets in the freezer and 10 identical Hot Pockets out of the freezer and let them sit a certain number of weeks, that would be your control variables, because all the Hot Pockets were the same. Having some in the freezer and out of the freezer would be the independent variable. And then at the end of 6 weeks, you would taste each one and see which ones were fresher. And then that would the flavor of them would be your dependent variable, right? So that
What was
would
the
be
observation in nature?
That's what's your naturally observed phenomenon, Jesse? The Hot Pockets sitting on the counter?
That's what I just asked.
No, the Legionella bacteria growing in the ones that aren't in the freezer, maybe. They're natural. Of course, Hot Pockets are pretty far from natural. Are they even food?
Stop chewing while you're talking.
So decay?
Can an individual be labeled as a well poisoner, like an individual person?
I vote move on.
Well, actually, Waxy Wax needs your help. I asked him yesterday to give an example of what he considers a valid scientific experiment, and he absolutely could not. So if anybody here could give an example of what you consider an actual scientific experiment, give your hypothesis and your control and your dependent variables, I would love to hear that, because I don't think any of you actually could describe a single scientific experiment that you consider was a scientific experiment.
The trouble is,
Yeah, Jesse, just like I told you.
Oh my God. Boiling water, hot spring, independent variable, heat, dependent variable, obviously seeing water boil, apply heat, water boils. Okay, you have confirmed that your supposition is correct in the hypothesis.
Wait a second. You're the tail you're the dog getting wagged by the
I was
tail.
gonna say.
We already clearly established there, Jesse, that you would fail intro to 5th grade general science. Now you're asking us, you're telling us, you're making a claim that we don't know what an experiment is. This are you insane?
Yeah,
This
I
is
don't.
like
I don't understand why I'm
metabolic pathway convention, putting metabolic pathologists up against the wall and asking them questions. Fucking moron.
I don't understand why I'm under any obligation, Jesse, to explain anything to you when you think seeing a boat in the water is a naturally observed phenomenon.
Felt natural enough to me, but but seriously, even the experiment. Who was it that gave the experiment of the water? That's not a natural phenomena.
You wouldn't know. You'd fail 5th grade
That's not
general
a what?
science. You
Not a
wouldn't
what?
know, even
Hold
if it was
on.
wrong.
Not a what?
Yeah, it's not a natural phenomena because a human had to turn on the heat under that water to make it boil.
Well, you didn't mention anything about natural phenomena when QE was leading you.
No. First of all, no. I
Just like a human had to build your boat, Jesse.
I said observe phenomena, hot spring.
Well, if you're not controlling the control variable,
He's ignored you. Completely ignored you.
then how can you call it an experiment? You need to control the control variable and the independent variable, right? If you're not controlling the independent variable, how can you even call it an experiment, right?
You're not controlling.
This is fun. So what's your what's your game? Why are you doing this?
When I said apply heat, that insinuated that I was saying you manipulate the independent variable, the thing that you're saying that you need. So you didn't listen to anything I said. You didn't listen to the dependent variable, the independent variable. You didn't listen to anything.
Yeah, Eli. You had it from QE. He's called you the tail wagging the dog, right? Maybe he didn't pick up on what he was putting down. I'm going to take a different tact with Jesse, right? Obviously, for you to retain this level of humour first and foremost, you need a really good understanding of what we're detailing. And there's little tells in there on the bits that when held to task on what's the first step, right? Later on, you're talking about independent variables, demonstrating to me that you do understand this stuff, which is good, because you can have a laugh with it, right? At our expense, admittedly, but that's fine too. But now I have to ask you, so what are you trying to get out of this? I mean, yeah, we've had a laugh. Fun was had by all. Thank you very much. But if you understand this stuff and you're a glurf, then you understand the holes in your argument, don't you, Jesse?
No, he doesn't.
I do not.
No, he doesn't. He just knows the terms superficially, the headlines, especially when he says, how are you controlling the independent variable? I mean, are you some type of moron?
Well, I've had flat earthers make that exact argument to me, saying it's not an experiment if you're not controlling the independent variable.
You're not controlling stereotype fallacy, and I think you're a liar. Go ahead and support your baseless assertion here.
Who said that?
Your stereotype fallacy. The flat earthers.
So, are we in agreement then that the observer
support your claim you just made? You can't. You just made it up.
So, are we in agreement then that?
So we're in agreement. He's back on. So we're in agreement then. You a bozo or something?
That the experimenter need not change the
Shut up.
independent variable so long as it
Right,
changes?
let me get it right. Your question
what's
is,
an independent variable?
he doesn't need to vary the variable, is your question, right?
What's that?
Your question is, are we in agreement that you don't need to vary a variable? That's what you're asking.
Well, that the experimenter doesn't need to change the independent variable through the duration of the experiment, as long as it changes on its own somehow.
No.
Citation, please.
No. To be an independent variable, first, it is your presumed cause of the effect. Secondly, it must be real. Thirdly, it must be capable of being varied and manipulated by you, the researcher.
Goodness gracious, you just gave him all the answers.
So if I want to correlate the...
Correlation is not causation. You're in a category error. You would fail 5th grade general science.
Yeah, Nathan was right, wasn't he? He's winding us up. He's done that. You don't open a sentence like that, yeah, unless you know what you're on about and you're just taking the mick. Well done, son. For a moment, I did think you were thick, but well done.
I notice I'm not allowed to close very many sentences.
Yeah, because
you shouldn't really be starting them, should you? Because you know better, which is why people aren't letting you close them, because they start with a contradiction, don't they?
Yeah. Duh. Do you want us to let you go on with your contradiction first so we can listen to more contradictions down the line without stopping your dumbass? Is that your game? Is that your case, counselor?
He's having fun, but it's telling, because it means that he's smart enough to understand these arguments, while you say he isn't, QE. I beg to differ.
No, he isn't. No, he isn't. He just made a statement. He just made a statement that the investigator doesn't need to manipulate the independent variable throughout the experiment. Really?
Well, I'm asking you.
No, you made a statement. You didn't ask me.
Okay, let me ask you then. Is there any requirement for a valid scientific experiment that the experimenter manipulate the independent variable throughout the experiment?
Yes.
If that's what he's trying to qualify as the cause, I mean, Jesus Christ.
That is the definition of an experiment. When you vary that which you assume causes the effect, that is an experiment.
Okay, so Elijah, you brought up the boiling water in the hot springs. No human is the one that manipulated that temperature to cause that water to boil. So how's that a valid scientific experiment?
You don't manipulate temperature. Temperature's a scale. Yeah, an arbitrary scale is temperature. Right? You don't vary temperature, you vary the heat. Heat is what you get varying. You put a fire under it, that's varying the heat of the water. The temperature is something you can ascribe afterwards. Yeah? Quantitative, as in you can describe the quality of the measure on a scale that you ascribe to it afterwards. But in terms of the quality that's going to cause the water to boil, that's what you're varying, in this case, heat.
Well, but how do you change the temperature of the river, the hot springs?
You having me on? You grab a bit of the water out of it. You don't tend to see many boiling rivers, do you?
So
are you having me on?
So the experimenter doesn't need to be the one that varies the independent variable?
Sorry, no, I didn't say that. I said you don't see many boiling rivers, do you?
No, in fact, I don't.
Right, so why would we be trying to make a river boil? No, so you see a hot spring, and you go, I wonder what caused that water to boil. So you get some of the water, and then you suppose a cause. So you could say, I think it's the acid content in that hot spring that causes the water to boil.
I see. So
then you formulate a hypothesis. Then you get interrupted by a wanker. Yeah, that's right. Then you get interrupted by a wanker. Let's try that again. So you suppose a cause of the effect. Effect, dependent variable. That's hot spring. Cause.
Okay, so
wanker.
I want to make sure I'm understanding you.
Wanker. Cause, supposed at this stage, is acid content. That's a suppositional statement in the form of a hypothesis, otherwise known as an alternative. If I vary the acid content, I will cause the phenomena I observed. That's if independent variable acid, then dependent variable boiling hot spring. So you then experiment. I won't go through the null yet. No need. You experiment and vary the acid content, and it does not cause the effect. Now, that is actually a validation of the alternative's sister, if you will, which is called a null, which says if you vary the acid content, the water will not boil, affirming one or the other outcome. That's an experiment. Now, if you vary
always add
heat,
acid.
Wanker. So if you vary heat as the independent variable in a different, separate experiment, then induce the phenomena you are studying. That's a boiling hot spring. That's boiling water. And then you have validated the alternative hypothesis. That's it. That's science. That's it.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, the hot spring was not so much part of the experiment as it was the observation which spawned the thought for the hypothesis, right?
It's an example. It's a dumbed down example for dumb people to understand how science works. So we have to dumb it right down because
That's the way
somebody
I
walks
need
up to a bloody hot spring and sees water boiling is assumed to be so friggin' stupid that they need to formulate a hypothesis to figure out the friggin' cause of it. Yeah, it's a dumbed down example for dumb people.
So, as to the experiment itself, we're saying that the experimenter actively applies the heat to the water to see if it boils, right?
Varies it.
Okay, but that's not
So
natural.
to answer your question, do we need to vary it as an independent researcher performing an experiment? Yes. You understand that the answer to your question is yes, we do definitely need to vary it. It's the variable that we'll be varying. Do you understand how stupid your question was previously now?
He said it's not an experiment, Nathan, because a human heated up the water. He's a frigging moron.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Only a naturally observed phenomena has to be in nature.
The dependent variable has to be natural, you numpty dipshit. Every single scientific experiment has a human in it. My God. Who are you, with it?
So it sounds like I'm getting contradicting. Let's say I put a pot of water on the stove. It's a gas
you're
stove.
the contradicting element. You're the contradicting element in here. Your dependent variable, your observed natural phenomena. Remember when I woke up and looked out at the tree and you got all quiet? It's when I asked you for the hypothesis for a tree. We're right back in the same position again. The observed natural phenomenon is the dependent variable. That must be natural. It's the effect. Now you're trying to figure out what causes that effect. Do you understand now, dumbass?
Well, I'm still unclear as to whether when I...
Of course you're going to have a human in the experiment. What's going to conduct the experiment? Nature?
But when I put a pot of water on the gas stove and I turn the gas on and I light the gas and I boil it, is that valid for an experiment? Because I lit the gas, I plumbed the gas into the stove, I'm buying the gas.
Well, Jesse, this is the problem I was having with you yesterday. Yesterday, you claimed that you had a valid scientific experiment. Why don't you go over what your valid scientific experiment was that you told me about yesterday? And we'll keep that same energy you have now, though.
Well, I think we need to establish what you guys I know what I consider a valid scientific experiment, but I don't know what you guys consider one. So that's why we need to solve this boiling.
You were telling me about it yesterday. Tell us about it. Tell me about the thing you told me yesterday.
No. I just told him what we think. And then justified or not, and it is justified. Why don't you go ahead, since I've already given you what you asked for, and answer the guy's question.
But is it a natural phenomenon?
Why don't you go ahead
and
answer the guy's question? Because what I think at this point doesn't matter. I've given you all that you've asked for.
I talked with him for an hour.
No,
and he would not give me a single example. You guys giving me an example.
You had a conversation yesterday. You obviously know what a scientific experiment is. Why don't you just repeat what you said yesterday? Start there.
I need to know about this boiling
No,
water.
you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't, because you already know what it is. Why don't you just start with what you said yesterday?
You guys got yourself in a contradiction, and you won't.
He
That's
needs
why
to
you
get
don't
out
want
of
to move
here.
forward.
You need to kick him out. You need to kick him out.
Delusion.
Kick him out.
You're suffering from severe delusions, dude. You're Dunning-Kruger doofus. You're the one that contradicting yourself. You would fail
tell me,
fifth grade intro to general. You would fail fifth grade intro to general science. I've proved it like 6 times now.
Well,
How
prove it
bad this
61
is.
times and tell me whether it's a
you're a
natural
moron.
phenomena for this water to boil on my
It's not a
stove. What about you, Vax?
Okay, kick him out. Kick him out.
It's not a human inside the experiment.
This guy,
If he's gonna feign misunderstanding to our very clear step by step. Here's the method. Here's an example for the method. Right? He's gonna feign like he doesn't understand. Like what? Why don't you just tell us what a scientific experiment is? Starting with what you said yesterday.
Is the water boiling on the
we're
stove a natural
off
phenomenon?
that. We're off that. We're off that. Why don't you just?
Why
don't you?
can't you
Jesse? Jesse, just go over what you told me yesterday. You claimed. Now, see, you're asking me. You want my opinion on what a valid scientific experiment is, but I never claimed science yesterday. You're the only one that did. Therefore, it's on you. So just go over to the room now what you told me yesterday.
Elijah just gave the example of a boiling pot of water on a stove, right?
No, you claimed a valid scientific experiment.
It was complete.
Yesterday.
Listen, no, look. It was complete. You asked what the method was. I gave you a complete example from beginning to finish. There's nothing to ask me any further. Either you agree with the method or you don't. If you disagree, I need it elucidated by the fact that you have some alternative fuckwit idea. And I want to hear it.
Vaxiwax disagrees with you because he says that because the fact that you're boiling it on a stove.
I'm like trying to force him to move forward. You're like a 5-year-old that gets pushed in the Walmart who refuses to walk forward on his own. That's what you're like. And if you're not going to move forward in the conversation, I think that you should just be removed from the conversation. I don't think that's too much to ask.
Yeah, but he thinks watching his mum boil a kettle in the kitchen is a natural phenomenon. That's how psychotic he is.
But if he's going
to
if he's going to keep asking me to complete what I've already completed, if the next thing out of his mouth is that, then he needs to be removed.
Well, the fact is, you guys are contradicting yourself, and your only response is to kick me. That doesn't make any sense.
You're an idiot. You're demonstrating.
Jesse, just detail the scientific experiment you were trying to tell me about yesterday that I disagree with you that was a valid scientific experiment.
But
you said 100% it is. Just go over it, please, like step by step. It was the boat. Like you're on that one spot on the island. You called it an experiment. You were watching a boat travel left to right. Just go over that. Use the scientific method and go over that, how that was a valid scientific experiment. Simple.
Well, we don't even agree on what the method is. You guys don't even agree on what a valid scientific method is.
Well, I don't think that's true at all. You're the one that has a different opinion based on what you claim was a valid scientific experiment yesterday.
So, Vaxivax, do you agree that boiling a pot of water on my kitchen stove is a valid scientific experiment?
Don't ask me any questions. I haven't made any claims about anything. I'm just going off what we talked about yesterday, and you started touting that you had a valid scientific experiment, meaning you were following the scientific method. So could you please just go over what you claim to be a valid experiment? Because I don't think anyone else knows what we're talking about because there was only like 2 people in the room yesterday.
Well, we don't even have a foundation we don't even agree on what a valid scientific experiment is. One of you says boiling a pot of water on a stove is, another of you says it isn't. How are we going to go anywhere when you guys can't agree with yourselves? This is ridiculous.
Are you saying
so you're not going to detail what you claim was a scientific experiment?
Are you saying you can't detail what a valid experiment is if you're saying you can't orate, you can't verbalize, you can't make audible what you think is a scientific experiment if we don't know what it is?
I did, and I can, and I did earlier. I told you what it means to me.
So then do it.
I already did it. Now it's your guys.
So
It's your
do it
turn,
again.
Elijah.
Do it now.
How do you accept that boiling a pot of water on a
Don't
stove
ask
is a
me a
natural
question. Go
phenomenon?
on with what you think is a scientific experiment, because I just asked you if you need me to understand what the scientific method is in order for you to make your position
I
clear.
already told.
Like if the
I already
answer is
told you.
yes, then get out.
I already told
If
you.
the answer is no, then go on and tell us what the valid experiment you think is valid is.
I'm trying. You keep cutting me off.
Jesse, you claimed a valid scientific experiment yesterday. Could you please just give some details on that?
To me, a valid scientific.
No, not the specific valid experiment you claimed yesterday that you did yourself. What was it? Could you just go over that? Or do you refuse? If you refuse, that's fine. You don't have to do anything, but just admit that you're not going to do it.
Well, we need to all agree on what a valid. At least you guys need to agree on what a valid scientific method is.
Admit that you're not going to do it.
So we need
to agree
on an So we need to agree on an objective standard, is what you're saying. You moron. So I walk into my chem lab. So I walk into my chem lab and I say, I don't know. I don't disagree. I disagree with your scientific method, Professor. This is my scientific method. Are you retarded?
Well, why don't you tell me what you think the scientific method is? How does?
Are you retarded? Does that scenario ever happen or ever happen? You think?
It's so simple. Just answer the question. Is boiling water on my stove?
The fuck up.
Can I ask?
Is boiling water on my stove a natural phenomenon?
A scientific experiment. Fucking clown.
Can I ask a question now, please?
Jesse, just talk about what you were telling me yesterday. It's simple. Because you've used it before. It's that little meme that you always send to us in chat. It's you standing on like a peninsula, watching a boat go from left to right. Like, can you just go over that? You claim that's a valid scientific experiment. So,
well, I'm glad to.
Through it.
I'm glad to, but I need you guys to first agree on this boiling water.
Yeah, I do. I will. So,
sure that the people know that you're a liar at every single turn. So the observed natural phenomena is a hot spring, not water boiling on your stove. Hot spring. That is the observed phenomena that you will make a supposition for.
Oh,
so is that a natural phenomena or is it not? Because you keep saying you're confused about it. So let me ask you now again: is a hot spring a natural phenomena?
Yes.
Okay, so let's move it along.
So just to clarify, we're saying that the
I would like to know what your scientific experiment was that you detailed yesterday.
Why don't you want to hear? Well, we can get to that as soon as we get some resolution
Why
on the boiling water.
Yo,
why are you stalling?
This is how bar fights start. I promise you. I'm very upset.
Oh God,
this isn't natural.
Jesse, you were telling me that if I was to pluck my guitar string, that's a naturally observed phenomenon. Remember?
I don't remember.
Oh, you don't remember how you were trying to tell me that plucking a guitar string? Come on, really? Do you have amnesia? Is it 51st dates in here today?
Well, let's just. Well, why won't you guys establish what you consider a valid experiment?
No. You need to. You claimed it yesterday. You claimed that you yourself did a valid scientific experiment, and then you sent me pictures in chat of your little graph. But you, for whatever reason, just refuse to tell anybody about it. Like it's a big secret.
He's not going to tell us, so I'm going to round out. So huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.